Okay. It should be live now. Right, everything should be working. Hi there, Uxum. Hi there, Tara. Alright, let's get in on everything here. Alright, it's the last... What, it's like the last day for ToF drops or something? It's gonna end like sometime tomorrow or whatever. So we'll probably just have like AFK drops for ToF instead. Tonight to give people one last chance. If they somehow missed it, right? We'll just have it set so like people can AFK ToF drops like one last time. Oh, I got stuff to do on the main server first. And then we'll go on the warp server. Gotta do stuff here, and then we have some reacts and other stuff later. Alright, we got medium aberrants, small aberrants, double L6s, creatures in the network. Cool. Let's claim all of these. Let me claim them on my alt as well. But I still need to somehow get like final trial and stuff done on Orb server. Because we weren't able to get that done yesterday. Yep, I think I'll just start with join op first. And then I'll do my dailies after, because... Seems like it'd be easier that way, because... I can just stay as the vault thing right now and do 3 runs. With the out of bounds skip. What do you mean new boots? What's this about new boots? No, this is warp. This is not warp server. This is on regular server right now. Just quickly getting my free yeah, it's not new boots. Don't worry. We don't have new boots yet. Alright, let me get my ult up and over. I do wonder though, like, how things are gonna get handled with the transfers. And how things will happen when, like, Season 2 comes. It should be level 70. But yeah, it should be around level 70. I see. Alright, let's get other stuff done in there. It's just that I forgot that I had the thing like you said to just keep looting boots. Even though I'm like not gonna check the boots I got. Okay. Gotta do 2 more of these. But yeah, it's not like we have this join up in warp server right now. Not yet, anyways. Oh yeah, I eventually gotta find people to do the farm the reindeer or whatever event on regular server. What I do know is I won't be streaming on the 24th. That much is for sure though. No stream on the 24th. I'll probably upload like the 2 videos, like the thing on that date or whatever. Though I probably should upload the Silver Palace reaction soon actually. I still need to like edit and cut it out. Yeah, that's on the 23rd, so we should be fine. Oh shit, speaking of, I still haven't done the 2 event stories or whatever in Duet Night Abyss. If we have time, we'll do it after. Hi, Flagger. Welcome, welcome. Like, I still haven't done it, man. Like, I don't know. It's cause, like, when things are, like, time-gated or whatever, sometimes I just leave it off until, like, it's the last minute or whatever. And just wait. It's annoying when these things do that type of stuff. Instead of just having it out immediately. I think giving me more time to, like, plan out how I want to do stuff. Okay, that's cool. You know what we'll probably do is we'll go... I see, if I do them on this stream, we'll probably just leave it in ToF category. Just cause. Like, it's the last day for ToF drops anyways. We'll have like the Snowbreak section, do a bit of the story maybe there. Maybe we do the Snowbreak story today or tomorrow, I don't know. Depends. Because we're gonna have the AFK section be ToF drops when I get off later. Just cause, yeah. We'll see. Let's get the dailies done. And yeah, there's like some reacts and stuff to do as well. So we'll have some fun going through that stuff. Right, we'll have some fun doing that. Okay, we got this stuff here. Let me switch to Fizz mode. How'd you buy 300? You know, here's the thing though, you can still sell them back. You just only get half of them that you bought. If you do that. You can still sell them back. It's just that you get 5 per thing instead of the 10 back. I may or may not know from experience from having a couple extras when I farmed a couple plus 10 wedges. I may or may not. That's true, they should just change it to 100%, man. I don't really care that much though, because I literally have like 6,000 secret letters. Like, I get like... I have lots of secret letter stuff anyway, so I don't care that much for me. But also, like, most people aren't just 24/7 farming AFK wedges. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not like, I just like AFK farm the level 100 demon wedge stage just cause it lets, cause that way I get more demon wedges to destroy every day. Right? Gotta destroy the daily 100 demon wedges, the purples, so that I can get an extra 5,000 of the Carmine globules or whatever. Because those are kind of annoying to do, to farm. and you need an ungodly amount to like level up your wedges. So it's like, hey, it's extra like AFK source of that stuff, plus a bunch of other materials I can then just sell. But like, that's what I'm doing. Obviously, it's not something most people are doing. Right, like obviously. Yeah, here's the thing though. Here's the thing though, it's like I have a lot of them anyways. That's true. It's just a pain to upgrade them. It is just a big pain to like upgrade wedges and shit. To be honest, even then, like I get tired of doing freaking dismantle as well. To like some cases where like I would just sometimes prefer doing expulsion AFK, like semi-AFK, while I do something else and just check back and like check on my other monitor once in a while. But like even then, it's so tedious though, cause like if you want to farm a +10 wedge, you gotta do like 100 runs, at least 100 runs in most cases, just to get one +10 wedge. And it's just so boring doing it, man. And it takes like 2+ hours. Assuming you get the commission you want. But like, yeah, it's just like 2 hours, like a mindless, mind-numbing dismantle stage. Right, like the dismantle stage part is quick. It's just that it takes longer to load than it does to clear it. So it ends up taking roughly like 2 hours or so. Well, it's more like an hour and a half. Hour, 40 minutes. But like still, it's just pain, man. I'd rather just like have a button to just claim all the things, cause you know, there's nothing involved or like nothing I need to prove by showing that, oh yes, I can go and clear a dismantle stage in like 20 seconds. Right, like 10, 20, not 20 seconds, cause I don't have the stupid freaking genie mon to instant clear the stupid puzzle that takes like a couple seconds, especially when it's something where like it spins around, you have to wait. That shit's so annoying. It takes longer than actually clearing it. It's like after doing it, you know, I've done that stupid secret letter commission probably like 2,000 times at this point. I've had enough. You know, I've done it like at least 2,000 times at this point, I'm pretty sure. Like, at least make it so you can do like a multi-claim and just have it roll multiple slots at once. Like, let me do like 10 at once. Or like 50 at once. Fuck it. Let me do 50 at once. It is just stupid, man. And also when defense stages spawn you right at the defense thing. So you don't have to run up to it to start it. It's like, I already clicked the button to start. Why the fuck do I have to run up to it too? It's so annoying. Or better yet, just delete defense. Just delete defense entirely. Right, fuck defense commissions, man. Alright, let me just get warped over to my alt. And then just have it, like, give an option to just auto-continue without having to press the button, man. Like, they know everyone's just gonna sit there, click the button, and AFK anyways. Better yet, too, for like secret letters, just have like an auto repeat function for some of them, and just have it so like you can select the hierarchy on what to prioritize for loot. Like actually, it's just so annoying, man. Like, at least with, like, Warframe and stuff, I heard that you at least have, like, player trading for stuff. You can't do that shit into an database. Right, you can't trade with other players. Anything else I need to get done here? The fuck is this? What the hell is that boss? I don't recognize these two bosses. What the fuck are these? Oh shit, I still gotta do these. I haven't done any of these yet. I'll probably get them done on Monday or something, maybe. Alright, let's go on Warp Server. Fair. Either way, like, they need to get stuff sorted out and changed and fixed.
The deep space is right.
Right, because, like, I can see the potential in doing AWS, it's just that there's so many things that's in the way first they gotta deal with before, you know, they can go anywhere with it. But, you know, it is what it is. Time to claim everything. Oh yes, the World Boss Auction, almost over. People are probably just waiting to go snipe some of the bids on some of these things. Damn, physical stuff is not very high demand. As you can see. Very low demand for the physical stuff. And there's like the car stuff, monster truck. Luno Mementos are a pain, man. Don't forget about Luno Mementos. Fuck that shit. I might have a stockpile of a couple thousand of them, but that's only because I've been AFK macroing. I can't imagine like actually doing it manually. Like everyone, like, you'd be dumb not to like do some sort of like a freaking script shit, man. To like get things done. Like you'd be stupid not to. Right, cause like anything to avoid doing as much as possible in there helps a ton. Because of how annoying and tedious it is to do some of the things there. Bruh. Also, like, the stupid, like, weekly boss material things for, like, upgrading some skills is stupid as well. Why the fuck is that bullshit there? Right, like, why'd they have to copy that bullshit over, too? Alright, like, that type of stuff in there, some of the stuff that just, like, still stayed over. Like, what are the reasons why you should hate Hoyo and Genshin? For setting the awful standards that a lot of these games end up copying in various different ways. That's the real problem, man. Like, this stuff doesn't even have a reason to be there. Like, it's like even less so. I'm assuming it's gonna be something negligible, just like the amount of karma and globules you can get from it. It's like fucking negligible compared to the amount of stuff you actually need. Like, all things considered, the stuff you get when you compare it to what you need, it's basically nothing. So I really don't expect much. It'll probably just be like enough to just say, oh hey, we put some in there. Meanwhile, like, to go upgrade like a weapon full, you need 1,500. The bare minimum. Alright, do you think they're gonna put a couple thousand of them in there? Right, like, let's be real. Yeah, that's like worthless, man. And then, like, there's also just, like, the ungodly amount as well you would need to level up a character's skills.
I can't be wrong. It was you. Ah, my sweetheart. I will avenge you.
The job rate book is always more valuable. So with the amount of stuff I've just been AFK macro farming, I don't really use that many of my bucks. Because, like, I'm not manually farming stuff and I just, like, leave it on overnight. So it doesn't make nearly as much sense for me to, like, use them, especially because it would complicate things to macro it to use them. Like, I ended up converting all my greens into blues for the things, even though it's not the most efficient conversion rate. Because I'm not gonna go through hundreds of greens, like, realistically speaking. The thing is scuffed enough where it's like there is still at least some level of randomness going on in there. So I think it's fine. Like, the thing is though, it's like the thing is it's gonna be even more ridiculous for them to do that type of shit when they realize like they're gonna have their like Steam release soon anyways, and it's just like, you know, when you consider what you can do with Steam input. Right, it's not like people won't have access to like an easy version of that tool. When, like, you can even kind of do it with Steam input already. Even more so if you combine it with a controller with a turbo button. Or like an auto replay button. You can do quite an insane amount of stuff with it. Exactly, like that's the thing, man. The stuff in like official hardware that's like built in that everyone has access to. Here's the thing though. Even Windows has like has the functionality built into the operating system to just make your own. You can make it a lot more visible if you install Power Toys. The Microsoft Power Toys extension stuff. You can get like a very easy to use UI to go set that stuff up too. It's just like a core feature of just Windows as a whole that everyone has access to. People may or may not know about it, but it's a thing there. You can even use it to like remap keys and stuff. I use Power Toys regularly to just for the fancy zone thing, right? You know how like when you drag your window to like a part of the screen and you can have it like fill up a specific section, you can actually customize those regions and stuff. Like it's just called fancy zones in Windows. It's in the Microsoft Power Toys stuff. Like, and I use those like all the time to like organize stuff for like multi-window on different monitors because I want certain windows to open to the exact specific size and shape every single time, and like I would tile things that way. Very handy tool. Wait, they already have the zoo raid already? People already doing it? Wait, what's the level cap? Is it 62 already? Oh shit, it is. Oh, they cleared flag? Sweet. Oh wait, free expansion pack. Let's see. Grants active skill sustain. Casting the skill deals damage. Wait, what's it for? Free expansion pack. Engine. You never paid any mind to anti-automation in TOS when it came with your Logitech keyboard and mouse. Exactly, like that's the thing, and it's not even just like $200 keyboard and mice. Like, you can even find it like $50 keyboards and mice these days. Like, it's not even exclusive to like those more expensive ones. Like, you can find them in more budget ones these days too. And it's not like it's hard for people to get them either. Everyone can get them. And like, yeah, like the reality is a lot of people are using them, whether they like it or not. They're not super hard to get. And they are very handy. Enters cooldown when the battle begins. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill element matches. Okay. So now I have an expansion effect there. Oh, I get like an extra button. Okay, so I get like an extra skill button now. Neat. As long as you don't level up. Right, as long as you don't level up, you can save it. That's the key there. You gotta not level up. I guess I have to like be extremely careful to avoid leveling up. Man, I have to like actually try to like not level up. Imagine. That's crazy. Because I don't want to hit level 62 yet. Because if I do, it resets my raid attempts. And I want to save it for when I can get better gear first. To make the raid attempt easier. It's like a weird big brain strats. Avoid leveling up. Very weird, very bizarre, and very big brain. So I'm hoping I won't level up. And that's kind of like scuff for doing stuff in Warp if I'm like trying to avoid leveling up, because like literally everything gives you experience. Yes. The second tier of raids with Zuyan. And then the other thing. I'd rather not do it yet. Okay, so like it starts combat off on cooldown. It did, man. It's like weird. Okay, let's see. I'm like holding off on doing the quest because like the way it determines what kind of dailies you get is based on your quest progress. So like I'm trying not to rush it just so I don't get some of the more annoying possible ones. But it's not the most, you know, bulletproof, foolproof thing. What the fuck? How do I spawn in dead? I mean, hey, at least I got that space rift now. So I guess that was convenient. That actually helped. Yeah. Which I don't want to deal with. So like I'm trying to be super big brain. This is already a pain for dailies. Because there's so many mobs grouped up in this area. And it's the only place where I can find the thing I need to kill. This would be a lot easier if I can like lure them out of bounds and fight only one at a time. But I can't do that. I managed to get here too, but it was banned. Yeah, the heavy armor guards. Because the other places are just regular armor guards. So they don't count. Well, there's also the room over here that has them. The problem is that room has like even more. More shit to like deal with. Because, like, they don't have the guy standing here. That's just a regular one. Okay, here, wait, no, here's the heavy one. If it's one at a time, I can take these on easy. Okay. Now, like, I literally, like, just don't want to do anything just because I want to, like, preserve my experience. And I'm, like, dangerously close to leveling up. I wonder what happens if I just don't do dailies tomorrow. What happens if I don't do all the dailies? You know, that could actually be useful. Unironically, that could be useful. So I need to avoid getting 130,000 experience. How much experience do these even give? I didn't even check. Oh, wait, here. 67,000 times 4. Fuck. If I do 2 dailies, I'll level up. I, like, actually just can't do dailies. Or I'll level up. Bruh. I can't do dailies tomorrow. Oh wait, no, I can do 1 daily. I can do only 1 daily. And then not do the rest. Man, it'd be, like, sometimes it'd be useful if you could just talk to an NPC and be like, I don't want to get any more experience for now. Just like you had, like, that weird NPC that you could find in WoW. One in Orgrimmar and one in Stormwind. You could just talk to this weird guy and be like, nah, I don't want to get experience anymore. I could just be forever stuck at whatever level. If you know, you know. Oh, fucking hell, I hate that stupid thing. Fuck. You can't even, like, use the thing to get out of it. The pain with this one is like getting the RNG so you can like parry it. It's just to weaken the boss. And she hits stupid hard. Which just makes it even worse. Whatever, let's see if I got the thing at least. But yeah, it's like the pain of like not being able to do anything. I can do one daily tomorrow, then as soon as Monday comes I have to do 2 raids. Like immediately before getting the thing to reset. I like, other than that, like I just straight up can't really do anything else. Just out of fear of getting more experience. No, it does not. Like, I just straight up can't really do anything. Because I'm so dangerously close to leveling up. And I don't want to do it yet. I don't want to level up yet. It's just... It is silly how that's just the position we're in. Right, like, it is just kind of silly. Alright, give me a sec. So I guess what we'll do now then is we'll do some of the reacts or whatever. Apparently, too, who's talking about the clown group of people. There's a thing I saw. I didn't watch the video yet, but I saw the thing in recommendations, so... Hey, let's go give it a look.
So, dudes, it's been a while, hasn't it? Both since my last video and since my last delusional gotcha takes
The
one,
John
too.
Seaman
I wasn't
guy.
kidding when I said that it would take me
What
a
a
while
name.
to make these videos, so much so that EnVtuber now has an actual release date because I took so long. Can't make any more of those Whenfield memes now, can we? So, for the sake of my own sanity, I'll try to keep this one on the shorter side of things, emphasis on try. 1, because I don't have that much time, and 2, talking about rats this retarded as I'm going to do in this video will give me secondhand brain rot like these idiots got like prenatal nicotine exposure or something, because that's one of the only ways that I can explain how brain dead they are. So as promised, in this video, I'm gonna dunk the shit out of John Cena.
Who is
Yes, that's his
what
actual Twitter handle, and Glaive Keo. Let me set the stage for you here if you're new or you don't know what I'm talking about whenever I talk about the rats like I'm
But
trapped
he's
in a
to calm
rubber room with them or something. Though sometimes that's unironically how I feel, given how the gacha
I
space
sing
is
guitar
all the
rock.
time.
I don't
When
really
talk
follow
about
a lot of the
rats,
things
I'm
that are
talking about
in here.
people, both regular players and content creators here, who go out of their way to push an agenda or narrative in the gacha space, and in so doing, create conflict, oftentimes intentionally, with other communities and other content creators. If you want to know more about the rats
I swear,
and
my
why
freaking.
I
I need to
think
like
they're
adjust where my
downright
camera
cancer to
tracking
the
is looking,
gacha
because it looks
space,
like I'm looking at the
watch
wrong
this video
thing.
of mine from earlier this year. Link will be in the description. For now, all you need to know is that these rats need to be thrown out of the gacha community, and the sooner the better. Maybe they can go take refuge in, I don't know, Asmongold's chat or something, and get called an inferior culture again, now that Tectone ain't here to shove his dick down their throats like he used to. Anyway, John and Glaive Keo are two such rats. There are many others, naturally.
Damn.
I call them rats for no reason, but I'll be focusing on just these two for today.
Hey, don't
starting with
insult
John.
rats. Rats can play Doom. Okay? He's insulting rats. At least rats can probably play Doom better than he can. Maybe. Like, actually, no, this is the thing, man. People, like, there are people training rats to play Doom. They even got them with some nice curved AMOLED displays. Just cuz. Look at this shit. They got rats playing Doom.
For some context, I've been informed that this John Seaman guy used to be a mod in Tectone's little dick-sucking echo chamber, I mean his Twitter community, back before it got disbanded. Apparently he abused his mod powers, John Seaman that is, to the point where even Tectone cut him off, and then the community itself disbanded not too long after. Whether there's any correlation between those two events, I don't know, but to me it's funnier to assume that there is. John Seaman is your classic example of a Wua cuck, a rat who pushes the Hoyo sucks agenda every chance he gets. Anything even remotely related to Hoyo and he feels the need to be a little rat about, he will. His Twitter profile is full of the kind of shit you'd expect out of a rat like this. Declaring war on other communities, slobbering over gacha revenue charts for any morsel of insert Hoyo game here fell off, guys. White knighting Wua and crying about the game taking some flack, get criticized once and literally f***ing die type behavior, and bandwagoning with other dog shit gacha CCs because talking shit on Hoyo is the easiest, laziest form of engagement bait on gacha Twitter that automatically gets you thousands of likes, all because you had the audacity to say Hoyo sucks. Also, just as a side tangent here, I didn't even know he tweeted about my ass too until I went digging around his Twitter account for this video. Gee, I'm so famous, huh? In case you don't believe me for whatever reason that he's just another Tectone dick sucker, he's also spewing the same god of unemployment bullshit that Tectone did back when he was still around. I wonder if he's got the memo that I've got a side hustle now. Truly ironic that he's the one who now sounds like the unemployed, pathetic excuse of a human being still jerking himself off in his mom's basement. Though, I'd argue that's kind of what he's always sounded like. But by far his most egregious tweet that he's made in recent times is this one, where he uses someone else's suicide as just another way to throw shade at Hoyo. For context, a cosplayer who did a lot of Hoyo cosplays like Yanagi and Ellen Jo recently committed suicide,
I guess so.
allegedly due to all the hate she got for, well, I don't know how else to put this, being black.
Alright, it's apparently the continuation of the thing we saw the other day.
There are a lot of cosplayers out there online who face discrimination and racism for doing what they love simply because of
talking about the frauds.
Control, in this case, the color of their skin. And so naturally, John Seaman, being the absolute fucking retarded rat that he is, decides to take this golden opportunity to use that cosplayer's death to point more fingers at Hoyo. He just casually frames another human being's suicide as yet another way to talk shit on Hoyo and their players. Huh, someone killed themselves? It's gotta be those darn Hoyo players being little shits again. Always the Hoyo community, huh? I'm not gonna beat you over the head about how fucked up this whole situation is. Assuming
Yep.
you have anything resembling a decent sense of conscience, the evidence should speak for itself. What I want to do here
apparently.
instead is this. How differently do you think this worthless cum stain, who calls himself John Seaman, would have reacted if the cosplayer in question was more known for doing Wuthering Waves cosplays instead of
boy.
Hoyo ones? Because given all his tweets sucking Wuwa's dick, because clearly he didn't get enough Tectones while he was still around, I would tentatively guess
Damn.
that he would have reacted completely differently. You know, he'd mourn that cosplayer, you know, celebrate how great their cosplays were, maybe, quote, retweet some of their cosplays too if they had pictures of them on their own Twitter account. And at the end of it all, can't forget about this, cry about how great Wuthering Waves is as a game to give that cosplayer the chance to cosplay some of the greatest character designs in existence. Is that
He'd
how you feel
probably
about
do
Gacha,
that.
by the way? Let me know
Yeah.
if I can do better, because I'm looking to become the next Styx or MTash, because I don't think they're doing their f***ing jobs right. Who am I kidding? Rats like him will somehow find a way to talk shit on Hoyo, even in a situation like that. The point is,
Damn.
this John Seaman retard will defend anything related to Wuwa. He's already demonstrated as such in many of the dog shit tweets he's made already. But he will obviously not give Hoyo anything resembling the same kind of treatment. Not even in a situation where another human being's death is involved. Honestly, bros, I think this Plume guy is right. There's something very, very wrong with John. Way I see it, he's your dime a dozen example of a terminally online waste of a human being who treats death as just another funny little form of social media engagement to push his pathetic little agenda. Technically, this isn't even about gacha tribalism anymore. This is just a very mentally sick person masquerading as a Wuthering Waves fan who's in desperate need of therapy, but unfortunately for all of us, including him, for whatever reason, he thinks that talking about gacha games will cure him. And for so long as he thinks that, he will remain an absolute embarrassment to
I
our
guess.
gacha scene. What's even more concerning to me about all this is that John is only one such rat who behaves like this on a regular basis. How many more do you think roam the street?
Yeah, every single person on the main or elsewhere was posted some stupid shit on Twitter. No one agrees with what he said, so it's a useful point of attack of his rats. So yeah.
Streets of gacha Twitter every single day. And the sad part is, he's not even the worst one. There are other rats out there who are even worse than him, running their mouths constantly about shit they have no business talking about themselves. How do I know? I mean, just look.
Right, rats. This point is an insult to actual rats. We got rats doing sheets. Theory. And now in 2025, we even got them on treadmills playing Doom. Calling them rats is an insult to actual rats. Think that'd be funny. Stuff is going on. Someone talking about rats. But like, I mean, we got rats playing Doom in 2025 now. This one even has a nice curved OLED. Look at this rat's gaming setup right here. They got a nice big spherical treadmill and everything, and a nice curved OLED. The rat's playing Doom. Like actually, that's the thing now.
Look at the fucking guy who jizzed him out of his balls. I mean, I'm guessing there's a reason why he calls himself John Seaman. Alright, one rat well done, time to cook the next one. Glaive Kyo is another rat. He's not as bad as whatever the John Seaman does on a regular basis, but saying that's kind of like saying Kim Jong-un is a better person than Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike
Yeah, he's done with the scuff off the nest.
John,
Yep.
though, Glaive is a content creator, and
Oh,
because
yeah,
he's
the AI
also
guy.
a rat, it shouldn't surprise you to know that he makes videos on a regular basis talking mad shit on Hoyo. Even the rare videos he makes that aren't either, you know, glazing Wuwa or shitting on Hoyo are suspect too. For example, he literally only made his Uma Musume videos because that was right when Uma Musume first came out, and y'all know how popular it was back then. Did he ever play the game himself, I wonder? If he did, do you think he still plays it?
No.
Perhaps the best question I have, do you think he ever really gave a shit about that game? Anyways, that's for you to chew on as we go through this. Even though his rat ass has already been thoroughly cooked by everyone else by this point, what I'm gonna cook him even more for anyway is this. About a month ago, when Genshin held their 6.2 preview livestream, they officially announced the Hex and Zircle buffs for certain Mondstadt characters. Basically, you gotta do certain quests to unlock buffs for those specific Mondstadt characters. Pretty simple, right? I forget if you actually have to physically have the characters on your account first, but because these quests don't seem like they have a time limit, I'm assuming you can just do them as soon as you get them, as in the characters, in case those quests aren't just like available to everyone just right off the rip. I don't know, Glaive. How do you feel about knowing that every single day that you wake up, you have to deal with the fact that you are a fucking brain-dead excuse of a content creator? What unfolded is quite frankly the biggest clowning of a rat I have ever had the pleasure of witnessing firsthand, and may it not be the last either. His tweet got 2 million views, and people memed it so hard that eventually even Wuwa players started doing "how do you feel about this" memes for their own game too. So for whatever reason you don't get why Glaive got his shit rocked this badly over his original tweet, the concept of doing quests to like unlock buffs is nothing new in gacha. Like the vast majority of the time that gacha characters receive buffs of some kind, you usually have to do something in order to obtain them. Going down the list of gacha games that I play, for example, FGO has interludes and rank up quests, GFL 1 has their Mod 3 system, Azure Lane has the retrofit system, Arknights has the module system, and Blue Archive has unique equipment, and Nikke has favorite items. Most gacha players, even the Hoyotards, would be okay with character buffs like this, even if they have to sit through long ass quests in order to unlock them. And I've heard those Hex and Zircle quests aren't even that long anyway, because at the end of the day, they are free. Literally free character buffs that only cost you a bit of time to sit through their unlock quests to get. So like, unless you just absolutely hate Genshin's story, like your name is Pipkin Pippa or something, I struggle to see why anyone in their right mind, and big emphasis on in their right mind, would have a fucking problem with this. For the record, it is an anomaly that gacha games just straight up give you buffs for characters for free without you having to do anything for them. Not saying that they don't ever happen, obviously. All three of the big Hoyo games have examples of free buffs they give into characters before, but at least here in Genshin, at least for now, Hoyo clearly wants their players to put in at least some effort to unlock these buffs. And yet, for some reason, to Glaive, that's just too much work, apparently. Truly a gacha content creator, am I right? Doesn't even want to play gacha games. If Glaive actually played some more damn gachas instead of deep-throating a dildo shaped like Salon's dick on a daily basis, he would know that, but evidently he doesn't. And in case he tries to say some dumb shit, like, oh, he actually did know, he plays PGR, evidently, or so he claims, then he'll just self-report himself as being nothing but a stupid fucking rat, because at that point, that means that literally the only reason why he hit send on a tweet like that, his original tweet, is because he just wanted to have something to talk shit about on Hoyo in any way he could.
That's probably what he wanted.
The only reason why he was even watching the Genshin livestream back, like, what, a couple weeks ago at all was literally just a hate watch. If you look at Glaive's content, right, both on Twitter and on his YouTube channel, it's all the same shit, man. Filleting the long shaft of Wuwa, talking mad shit on Hoyo, and getting his femboy panties all bunched up whenever people start coming at him for being a fucking idiot. I was only asking a question, guys. I didn't even say anything. Don't hurt me. Does being an internet femboy also teach you how to play the victim too? There are just so many more examples that I could nitpick out of Glaive's dog content, but in the interest of time, I'll just settle for one, because this one is one of the more hilarious copes I've seen out of a rat. Glaive Kyo paid God knows how much money for a C6 Nefer in Genshin Impact.
Okay.
A rat
Yeah, that's like about a... This costs about as much as buying a brand new 5090.
who dedicates his content to nothing but two things, either talking trash on Hoyo or glazing Wuwa, has paid about $1,000, likely
No, it's more than that.
more, for a max constellation Nefer in a game he evidently always criticizes. And when I dug
Yep.
deeper, I found out that another gacha CC, Brand Online, had pulled
boy.
for C6 Malwika last year, but caught some flack for doing so. One of the people who criticized him for doing that was Glaive, who, like I just
Oh
mentioned earlier,
boy.
pulled for C6 Nefer himself in Genshin.
Yes, that's about as much as buying a 5090 at MSRP. A 5090 Founders. Like, I'm obviously not talking about the other fancier 5090s you could get, which is just a different cooler. I'm talking about, like, the Founders Edition 5090. Like, it costs as much as, like, buying a 5090. And, like, now that we know all his shit is, like, AI generated, it's just like, you know, if he was gonna dump that much more money anyways and he was gonna AI generate all this stuff, instead of, like, paying to, like, you know, paying a bunch of things to go check his AI scripts and, like, paying for chat GPT tokens or whatever to, like, formulate his scripts, it probably would have been much cheaper for him to just buy a 5090 and just run a local LLM to do it for him. Like, actually. Like, it probably would be cheaper for him to just buy a 5090 and run the whole thing locally. He could probably even, like, he probably could have avoided getting caught as easily if he did that. Surely it's false, right? Surely. Meanwhile, like, the type of word choice and stuff in there is just kinda sus.
A year later. So Bran called Glaive a hypocrite, understand?
But also, it's just like, you have to also consider, like, his upload frequency. It's a bit too sussy. Sorry, that's the wrong thing I had there. Like, let's look at his upload frequency. Look at his upload frequency. Every 2 days he put something out. Like, without fail, he had something every other day. Like, literally every other day he had an upload. Surely he had the time to do all the editing and write the script and then pump out another one immediately next after, right? Right? Surely he has the ability to do so very quickly, you know? Surely it's that easy to do. Surely, you know? Surely. When you consider his upload frequency, just like, right, on top of, I don't know, apparently he streams once in a while, but like, from what I've heard, the way he speaks and talks and stuff like that and sounds on stream and the type of way, his vocabulary and everything there doesn't match in line with his actual videos as well. So like, there's definitely something a bit suspicious there. You know? Yeah, that upload one per day, yes. But you also have to consider a lot of those channels that do daily uploads. The thing is, you know, like, let's say we look at freaking, I don't know. Let's say we go look up Linus Tech Tips, for example. They used to try to upload every day. They don't. Right, so we go look at their channel. Right, they have like 70 plus employees at their company working on putting videos on their channel. This is their upload frequency. They have like 4 videos a week and 1 live stream. And the live stream is just Linus and Luke or some other LMG employee, and all they're doing is like reading out news topics and discussing them. Yes, but again, a lot of those people, they're either not doing like super like scripted stuff, they're doing like quick records and stuff like that. They're not like scripted videos with a lot of editing for those ones, or they have like a massive team behind them. right? Like, for like even like Linus Tech Tip stuff, right? The amount of people they have working to pump out these videos 5 times a week, right? And their other channels are basically just on hiatus. They had like so many others. I think the only other one they have right now going is just like their news channel that uploads like 3 times a week. And that's kind of it. Oh, and then this one where they're just doing unscripted unboxings. Alright, they have that one for the unscripted unboxings that are like done very quickly. And then they have their all this other stuff is just they haven't touched anything in forever.
More tech news?
And then this was just like 3 times a week they talk about news there. But like you look at their company and like they have like 70 plus employees just working on their channels. Alright, to like do scripted content even like that, they need a massive team of people if they're doing it manually. Doing it solo is absurd. Yes, there are people like that are doing covering topics and stuff on a like daily basis, yes. But those ones are not going to be scripted videos, and you go look them up, and unless they have a massive team. And not even like in some cases, yeah, sure, a smaller team, but they would have a couple of people working on them. I don't think he's doing it solo. Even then, like, you go look up more Pegasus, right? His stuff doesn't really sound like it's super scripted anyways. But also, like, you know, you look at his stuff there, it's just him, like, reading stuff up, or he has someone else editing stuff for him anyways. I highly doubt he's doing it alone, especially with 772,000 subscribers and the viewer size he gets. Like, each one of these videos, like, if he was getting, like, let's say, like, my ad rate, but he probably has a slightly better ad rate for just YouTube, ads for, like, his stuff there. Like, each one of these videos is, like, easy, like, $300, $400 in ad revenue. Like, with this type of viewership. Like, in no way he's not just paying a team so he can, like, help crank these things out. There's no way he doesn't have at least some sort of a team behind him. No way he doesn't. At least from, like, the stuff I've seen from him. Like, I highly doubt he's doing everything on his own. Highly doubt it. But also, like, if you, like, watch his stuff from, like, the few times I have watched his stuff, it doesn't really seem like that structured or, like, super scripted anyways, or really cleaned up. A lot of it is mostly somewhat informal. So it's like, you know, it's even less believable to think he was doing that and he doesn't have a team behind him.
Understandably so, prompting.
But like also again, like, the reality isn't, if you go back to, let's go back to Glaive. Like, with this type of views, you can't really afford to have much of a team behind you. Like, maybe he can pay, like, an editor to edit things very, very cheaply and do some more basic stuff. That's probably what goes on in here. But, like, outside of that, you know, like, this is, like, you're not really gonna be getting enough money unless something really pops off. Because, like, you see the viewer average is, like, it's not really high enough to really get that type of thing going, especially if you're just gonna be like rapid firing, pushing stuff out. Alright, like his average viewership, you know, unless something gets a bit more picked up, it's like around 15-20,000 here. Sometimes there's like a couple outliers, but like it'll then just go back down to around 20,000. It's not enough to get anything done. Especially because the reality is, for this type of content, you're not gonna get any type of sponsorship or brand deals, because the reality is no company's gonna want to put themselves next to this stuff. At least no company with, like, a marketing department with any sort of intelligence would want to. Yeah. Like, you can kind of tell just by listening enough. And if there's, like, some weird inconsistencies that you probably wouldn't, just have, it's kind of a giveaway there. I mean, like, the whole reason why the whole thing popped up and someone started checking was because they noticed the weird inconsistencies. And this stuff just didn't make any sense on what they were talking about in one of his videos, and then he just went and checked everything.
This video out of the clown himself in his pathetic attempt to defend his fellow rat. By the way, Glaive would later prove brand correct with this absolute gem of a tweet. It's actually Cole in case you didn't, hear the sarcasm. What a goddamn ego, bruh. And this is coming from a dude who calls himself the god of gotcha. Dude drops a grand on C6 Nefer in a game he hate watches and trashes on constantly. Tries to justify it as him being some Jesus figure for a community he also hates. And then tries to play victim for making a brain-dead tweet that aggroes half of gotcha Twitter, and then later on makes a half-assed apology video, and all of a sudden tries to take a more pro-Genshin stance just to try to take some heat off his ass. Yeah, I'm thinking mental asylum. Maybe he and John Seaman from earlier can share a room together. I don't know. A match made in hell, though, if you ask me. To close this video out, I want to make something very clear here because all my shit talking in this video will give some people out there the wrong idea, I'm sure. I really like Wuthering Waves, as in the game, obviously. I hold it in very high regard. I keep up with all its content. I pull for every single character, or try to. And I'm very stoked for the 3.x client version coming up after watching its preview stream the other night. It's a gacha game that, despite the rats, and despite its own flaws, wherever I have them, I will recommend still to anyone and everyone who's interested in gacha games in general, because I genuinely believe that Wuthering Waves is too good of a gacha game to allow a couple of dumb shit rats to ruin the experience for either for me or for other people. When I talk shit on the rats, I am only talking shit on them. Wuthering Waves has nothing to do with the rats existing other than the fact that the rats like to attach their own self-worth to it like the parasites they are. It's not the game's fault that there are absolute twats pretending to be woo-woo fans yet providing nothing of value to their own community or to gacha games at large. I will say the same thing that I've said before in previous videos. I urge you all to call out the rats, and only the rats, because gacha games are all good and bad in their own ways. They are all worth playing for your own personal reasons, and as long as you don't feel the need to shove those reasons down other people's throats, you should play whichever gacha fits your interests the most. This should be such a simple concept to understand, and yet there are those who fail to do so anyway. So rather than trash talking the games themselves, it's the rats who deserve the trash talk instead. It's these rats like that John Seaman dipshit or that retarded femboy Glaive Kyo, who are actively ruining the gacha space for their own games, just for some extra clicks and views that they call an agenda. I've only cooked 2 of these rats, but this is New York City out here with a sheer number of rats still running around out there.
Oh, they got more.
Job's far from done, but this is a nice step in the right direction. Thanks for watching. Like the video if you want to see me cook some more rats, and subscribe for more gacha content, and be on the lookout for both John and Glaive to put out tweets within 12 hours of this video coming out, whining about being victims again. Oh, maybe even a little bonus video from the clown himself too, coming to their rescue. Next video will also be a shorter one, basically my thoughts on people thinking that EnVtuber will EOS mainly because of this gacha model. So hopefully I'll be able to get that.
I mean, the gacha model in EnVtuber is the least of its problems.
Went out pretty soon, but we'll see as usual. Check out the stream both here on YouTube and over on Twitch. Check out the Patreon and...
Alright, well that was a good video there. Well, we'll give him a like. It is quite something. Calling them rats at this point though is an insult to actual rats. I mean, come on. These freaking rats over here are out playing Doom here. Right, look at this rat setup. Probably better than yours. They're actually funny. It's like actually funny when you think about it. This rat probably has a better setup than some of you guys out there. The rat video is New York so funny. Yep. Alright, what else did you guys send me? Well, we already saw the trailer. We already did this stuff, so we can ignore that part. Ooh, wait, what's this? Release window trailer.
あ
Pog?
なたがテキサスを日本の財団に売ったから
Yeah, I set up for rats. I mean, it's crazy like that. It's actually a thing. Right, but hey, here we are.
このようなこと
This is a game I've been wanting to play. Right, indie studio, Necom Games making this thing.
が連鎖的に起きたんでしょう
Surely we'll get to play this next year. Okay. Blew up a watermelon. Make America great again. What? Okay. Neo Yokohama there. They just nuked the
ゾンビとは過去にとらわれ抜け出せない者たちです。彼らは真の解雇主義者なのですよ。
Make America great again. This one just looks like it'll be a lot of fun. Is it nonsense? Yes. But who cares? Yeah. The guy with the drill bit. But adding a Japanese twist. Wait, what? They could have like a bullet hell boss. Okay, big syringe. Oh! That's a long ass neck for the horse. I guess so. But yeah, hell yeah, I want to play this one. Chinese people thinking what Japanese think of America. Yes. This shit looks like it'll be a lot of fun. I want this one. Hey, reminder, this is made by Chinese game studio. This is what Chinese think the Japanese think American tropes and stereotypes. So America be the American, China thinks Japan thinks the America should be. What? Yeah, this one just looks like it'll be a lot of fun. This one. Alright, this one looks like it'll be a ton of fun. Apparently, okay, PS4 taken off the list. Okay. They're also making other console versions, but it's gonna be PC version first. Oh yes, the gorilla gun with the drill. I don't know. But looks like it'll be fun. They better name this San Francisco. As someone from the USA, I can confirm this isn't really worse than the typical commute to work in LA. Plus, there's not enough guns and billboards for injury attorneys. He gives a lollipop chainsaw. Propaganda game. It just looks like it'll be fun. It's like a Yakuza game, but maybe slightly crazier. Hell yeah. But yeah, this is definitely something I do want to play for next year. I already wishlisted 2 on Steam. When I first saw the announcement of that, I'm like, hell yeah, I want to play this shit. Like, what the fuck is this? And like, hell yeah. But yeah, like, obviously, I'm not gonna react to Glaive's response. AI, no. That's what I put there's my reaction. React with the emote stuff there, whatever, emoji stuff. What have we missed? Bunch of stuff in here. Apparently ChatGPT made this guy delusional. Greed destroying the world, yeah. As if that wasn't, like, as if that isn't, something we already knew. I've seen files apparently released. What's this? So Team Kill Media said they wouldn't launch Code Violet on PC because they didn't want modders to over-sexualize their lead character with vulgar mods. I call it the fact they were selling lingerie skills in the digital on their deluxe edition, which has been removed, probably to damage control. And plus, the trailer is filled with bikini skins. Then they blocked me, called me out for their for calling out their BS. Great way to lose out on sales and damage your image. Damn. They remove it. Actually crazy. Actually crazy there. Right, actually. What's this? Greedy game dev attacks PC gamer finds out. You know, I'm kind of curious on this one.
Self-proclaimed PlayStation exclusive developers team.
No, that's a different game. The one we were looking at before that was Show America's Story. This one is a different studio. Don't worry. This is for a different game, whatever this game is called. The one that looked really fun, though, that's Show American Story. Don't worry, this game is fine. This one is fine. Show American Story is fine and safe. Don't worry. For sure, when that's coming out, we're playing it.
Kill Media, who made a name for themselves about, over 2 years ago, console warring on social media, bragging about how their game can only run through the power of the PS5 SSD, and as you expect, PlayStation fanboys being, what they were born as, actually believed them. And then
yes, the power of the PS5 SSD, where the only thing they're looking at is sequential reads and writes, and not random reads and writes, which is the only thing that actually matters when you're constantly pulling data off of the drive. And they're also like talking about using drives where like they don't even have a DRAM cache that people are putting in their console, and the console has anyways. It doesn't even have a DRAM cache. So the reality is, when it's just randomly pulling data so it can load it in and use it, it's nowhere near as fast as they think it is. Like, that's the funny thing that like a lot of people just don't know or don't understand. Right, like if you ever look at like SSD speeds or whatever, you just buy it off of the surface. If all you're doing is copying or reading or writing one file at a time, or like one big chunk of data at once, and not just grabbing bits and pieces to use all over the place, that's not gonna matter. Like, there is like a lot more involved when buying an SSD. The thing is, like the PS5, when you buy an SSD, let's say you buy an NVMe, like a Gen 4 NVMe drive, like the PS5 would want you to do and put in the PS5, there is such a wide variance of performance in the actual SSDs and like to actually use it and stuff that like if like what's funny is in practice, even if you get like a Gen 5 drive, you buy like the fastest, like a really fast Gen 5 drive that like can read and write at like 10 gigabytes a second. You can have it perform worse than an older Gen 2 or Gen 3 NVMe drive that has a DRAM cache when it comes to just a random reads and writes. If your Gen 5 drive doesn't have a DRAM cache, it'll eventually get to a point where it just performs worse while in use because of that. And like that's the thing, right? It's not like you're loading the entire chunk, like an entire large chunk of data at once. You're like, unless it's like being copied into like RAM or something, but like the PS5 only has 16 gigabytes of RAM and it's shared between the graphics chip and the CPU. So like, you know, these games these days with some of them like having like 100, even like 200 gigabytes for like the entire install size. It's not like you're pulling the entire game data and just shoving it into RAM so everything is accessible as quickly as possible. If that's what these game consoles and these devices did, then yeah, getting the fastest SSD in terms of read and write is the only thing that matters, but it's not. Like, it is not. And like, if you were to use it like regular day to day and like, let's say run an operating system on it, it is a bit snappier to use a slightly slower, cheaper, older gen NVMe drive with a DRAM cache than to use a newer, faster one without it. You also won't have to use as much of your system RAM to try to address that. Like, that's the thing with SSDs that people don't know about. And it does make a difference. It's even more noticeable if you're like doing stuff that would like stress the drive and do like really heavy incremental writes or whatever. Like if you're like a video editing and like writing to a drive, like there's a reason why, let's say if you look at like Samsung SSDs, their Evo lineup is significantly cheaper than their Pro lineup, even though the specs look mostly identical. Because the Pro lineup will actually have the DRAM cache these days, while the Evo lineup completely omits it entirely. And it makes a massive difference. Get the one that says gamer on it. Yeah, that's the thing though, a lot of those things that get branded with that don't even have a DRAM cache these days. Like for me personally, like, when I'm looking at SSDs and like before I'm about to buy them, like I will look and check to make sure there's a DRAM cache first before I buy one. But the reality is 99% of people will just look at the price and see, oh, this one is cheaper than this one, and they'll see, oh, this one has a faster reader write than this other one, and buy it based off of that, rather than like what they'll actually do in the real world. Yeah, Evo is cheaper than Pro, and the specs look mostly the same until you actually use them and actually have to stress them and put them under load. Granted, most people aren't like rendering or like, you know, editing videos and and using the drives as a scratch disk, or they're like, you know, not like rendering a bunch of models and stuff like that and constantly reading and writing to them and like slamming the drives. Yes, but if you are in that situation, it makes a massive difference to go from the Evo to the Pro. But if you're just using it, like, again, like, yeah, basic use, most people, if you just need something to just hold your files and occasionally pull them up, or whatever, it makes no difference. But, like, in the weird thing where, like, they're saying, it's gonna use the power of the PlayStation SSD or whatever, it's just a load of bullshit. Like, it is just a massive load of bullshit. You get a 10 terabyte HDD for that, fair enough. SSD prices are getting, is slowly going up and up. Like, I remember actually when I got my current rig, I was like looking at like buying, some SSDs, and I was like looking at like buying like for a boot drive or whatever I ended up getting. And I saw like they had a sale on like the MP34 drive and the MP44, from the SSD that I was getting. I ended up buying the older model SSD, because the older model is actually a lot better than the newer model. Despite the newer model having a bigger number, because in the newer model, they actually got rid of the DRAM cache. Which is just like a really, really sussy that from that the company that made the drive that I have. I think it was like a Team Group SSD or whatever. And I'm like looking at the model, I'm like, wait, why does this one look like a higher model number? It looks like a newer version of the drive, but then they got rid of the DRAM cache. That's so stupid. But yeah, that's just how it is.
When we got to see what this game looked like, well...
Yeah. Yeah, it totally needs the power of a super fast SSD, guys. Totally.
And I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Yeah, I think the footage speaks for itself. Somehow, I guess, in spite of the fact that their game looks like absolute trash, that shouldn't even have a single price tag on it. I mean, people should be paying you to play this garbage.
Yeah.
I guess somehow they made enough money from it, and they have a whole new project where they are once again grifting in order to obtain sales for what is objectively slop. I know slop is thrown around a lot. People love that word. I mean, I love it too. It just rolls off the tongue so easily, and it's a perfect descriptor. But when I say this studio puts out slop, I mean it. I mean, I'm talking games so bad, so poorly put together, so barely functioning, that once you even touch them, you begin to realize why these devs spend all their time on social media.
Yeah, pretty much.
To score brownie points with PlayStation elitists, and then constantly victimizing themselves. Except this time around, Asmongold called them out on the spot, drawing in a lot of attention from other content creators, including myself, because I've been focusing on this Team Kill Media for quite some time. I've been reporting on everything they've done. But what's going on here is the lowest of the low for them. Welcome back to the channel for Tango Plays. If you're new here, why not smash the subscribe button? Kick your feet up, get cozy, but keep your shoes and socks on, please. So, you know, without wasting your time, no self-promotion bullshit, let's get right into the story.
Okay.
This all started when Team Kill Media posted this tweet about their upcoming game, Code Violet.
Don't worry, we got our shoes on still.
From January,
at least we got shoes on. No socks.
For those asking us about a PC version of Code Violet, the reason we are not bringing it to PC is we do not want anyone modding vulgar versions of the main character, as well as other characters in the game. We hold our voice actresses and actors with high regard, as well as our artistic vision for the game and story, and reject any form of destroying that with sexual mods. Making a joke out of our art and possibly tarnishing the reputation of our voice actresses is not worth the extra money we can make. Oh wow, yeah, sure. This developer wrote that, wiping their tears with money. I don't know a single game developer who has ever said the extra money is not worth it. The drawbacks are so insignificant, so harmless, that it leads you to believe, okay, these devs are clearly trying to, once again, pandering to the PlayStation fanboy community.
If this is gameplay of it, like what is it? What are those outfits?
This can only run on PS5 SSD. It's not possible on Xbox. And now, oh, PC bad because PC gamers mod. That's everything a PlayStation fanboy wants to hear. I mean, to be honest, I don't know why anybody would want this game to even show up on their platform, but PlayStation fanboys will take any W they can get in this current market. Now, when they initially made that post, they got ratioed by the internet. Nobody believes them. Fast forward all the way to the end of this year, only to post cosmetics on their website that you can purchase for the game. But here comes the best part. Take a look at the... Now, you tell me. Look down.
Yep.
You're getting a little bit of a chub, the blood rushing to the tip of your penis. Okay, yeah. That's because this is vulgar. The very same vulgar that they claimed to be avoiding from the PC modding community.
Look at bruh. What are these? Oh boy. What's going on here? Gee, I wonder.
Despite of that, they directly contradict themselves. I mean, look at this. These are outfits clearly meant to goon to, clearly meant for the male gaze. And they wanted to get all political and PC. They wanted to get PC on PC gamers about vulgar mods. And this is the result. You know what this means?
They're all sus.
This means that they were never against mods
Let's be real.
for their explicit nature. They were against mods because they thought to themselves, hey, we want to sell skins to people. We want to rip off console idiots. We're only releasing this on PlayStation because that platform is full of morons. Who will actually buy this? We're not gonna release it to PC
I think
gamers
so.
because we're not gonna make money off our cosmetics. So let's just try to get all political about it. Let's now try to shame the gaming community that was telling us we're wrong. This then led Team Kill Media to blocking dozens of accounts that were calling them out about this. And it's less about the hypocrisy and more to do with these guys refusing to release on PC because they want to monetize skimpy, dirty, whorish outfits for their character that they claim they don't want to sexualize. That is the greediest shit I have ever seen a gaming company do. They are outright refusing to release on PC because of the potential money they could make off of gooners, who they're trying to actively attack the PC gaming community over. Hell, they black smashed JT, but you know, again, realistically, who hasn't block smashed JT? But still, you get the point. So there's another Twitter account, Pirate Nation, who reports on a bunch of news related to gaming. And apparently this comes from him. Team Kill Media deleted a post responding to Pirate Nation, me, about vulgar mods and posted a longer one playing the victim. This is the deleted post that they had originally posted. We have deleted the post that offended a certain group of very hateful people. We don't typically delete our posts because we don't believe in cowering to the mob. We remain unaffected by the hate we have received over the years. We invest our own money and time into our games, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's your job. You're a game developer. You're also a publisher as well. You have to spend money to make money. Boo-hoo, woe is me. However, it has now become absolutely unacceptable. Certain individuals are attacking a talented professional we had the honor of working with. We believe the vast majority of gamers respect. Oh, they name dropped her. I'm not even gonna say her name, but you can see her right here. They name dropped her. This is the most unprofessional PR stunt I have ever seen from a game studio. And I don't even feel right calling them a game studio. But to name drop the person, how in the world are you doing that person a favor by mentioning them? I highly doubt they want their name dropped by you. But if people are victimized, oftentimes they don't want their name to be on the victim list. That can be shared online with a bunch of people. So yeah, we believe the vast majority of gamers respect, you know, that person and want their games to have such talent to voice the characters they will enjoy playing as. Everyone should come together to appreciate her and not try and chase her out of a bright future in games.
Well, you shouldn't have name dropped her.
Take the stage at the Game Awards, and we remember fondly when we were shooting dinosaurs, having a blast at the beautiful Violet. We are privileged to have her be the voice of Violet, and there is no world where she should be subject to even one hateful, disgusting I'm sorry, but that's not the world you live in, all right? And because you mentioned her name, she's probably gonna receive more comments. You fucking morons. Like, what are you doing? This incompetence is insane. It almost feels like a publicity stunt. But yeah, like I said, in life, you're gonna come across disgusting, hateful comments. Boo-hoo. That's life. It goes on. You read a comment, you move on. The nicest people you have ever met have probably been told worse things in person than what people can even post on social media.
Yep, probably.
Standards. As a company, we have the right to choose how and where to sell
Especially
our games.
in 2025.
Okay, fine. No one's arguing that. Please, do not publish this on PC. We beg you. Keep that shit on PlayStation so we can point and laugh at its exclusive. We have strived to answer public questions honestly, but when some disagree with our responses, they launch attacks. Others use our comments for rage bait, creating posts and videos to stoke controversy and profit from the hate. At this point, we are just never commenting on the garbage thrown at us, and if you do, on our page, you are getting blocked. Oh no, wow, ooh. Call out these game devs for their hypocrisy. No, not allowed to do that. And let's face it, they're using this person as a shield. They don't want accountability for their own actions. They don't want to be confronted by it. They would rather block it and mute it from existence. Our page is for our fans to come talk with us and each other, hear what's new, or give input so we can make our games better. Violet has all the extra outfits because so many asked for them. What?
Okay.
But
They asked for them, sure.
But isn't this the very thing you were trying to avoid? Like, so then why can't it be released on PC? There have been countless constructive criticism comments that we have taken and implemented. We fully value the feedback that we get from those who are going to have played our games. This page can be positive, so we are not going to just shut up and not talk with so many great people on here that are the whole reason Team Kill exists. There are those who want us to cower, fail, or go out of business. We're not going to. We will continue forward, committed to our work, and undeterred. We have many games in the works, and the haters are not getting rid of us. We have almost 10 years invested in 10 years. 10 years? You have 10 years invested? And that's all you have to show for it? Asset flips? Like, come on. I mean, I don't care how stupid someone is. After 10 years, you eventually get good at anything that you keep doing actively, right? These devs haven't gotten good at any of it. 10 years? All the replies are gold. Here's one from Savvy. You should have just said you wanted to sell loot skins instead of letting modders make them for free. I don't know where this wall of text came from, but get better PR. For real. I don't normally agree with women, but I agree with that one. They're getting a lot of backlash from the internet. They're blocking people en masse, and they are just desperate to keep the relevancy, the eyeballs, and everyone talking about their game. Unfortunately, I'm contributing that by talking about this, but I can't help myself. When I see something so pathetic, I can't help but focus all of my attention on it. 21 hours ago, they posted this. We are now receiving threats against our family.
Oh boy.
Some of you who are so hateful are now going to threaten us over a video game.
I highly doubt that. I highly doubt they were getting that. They're just doing this to try to farm PR.
This is worth threatening someone's lives over? You want to kill us for deciding to not bring a game to PC? And you say you represent the PC community? No, we can't believe that to be true. A whole group of video game players are going to kill video game developers over a game not coming to their preferred platform. Is this really the state of our world? You see the grifting, right? You see the obvious grift. Of course, you, the viewers, see it, because that is exactly what it is. They are trying to take all of the hatred that PlayStation fanatics have over PC gamers for some reason, and they're trying to use it to market and appeal to that very same crowd. Look at the way they talk about PC gamers. You're the one who decided to fire the first shots by opening your mouth and saying all that about the modding community. If you think threatening us is going to accomplish anything, you are so beyond wrong. We are going to the police and FBI. This is supposed to be about games and fun. We are at a loss for how idiotic this is. I just couldn't help myself. I recorded a segment that was full of some heinous shit that I really shouldn't have in this final version, so I'm gonna go ahead and read you Asmongold's comment.
Instead, they would have created a cool character like Ghost from Call of Duty. Maybe they would have sold better.
Calling out these devs right on the spot. I mean this in the most genuine way. Between this and the weird stance you have on mods, the best thing you could do for yourselves is to stop talking and just make the game. I can promise you that the more you engage / explain with it, the worse things will get. And he is right! Yes, even people who sleep with dead rats and live with cockroaches can be right, alright? I know there's a lot of critics of Asmongold, but there's one of many instances where the Roach King is correct. Although, in my opinion, he really should have gone at them, because anybody from a mile away can see what these game devs are all about. They are scum, they're greedy, and the worst part is they actually think their shit smells good. All of their titles have been obvious, blatant cash grabs. Now, I understand how some of you feel, but Frit, the death threats, but Frit, oh, shut the fuck up. I've received those. I don't go around crying about it. I especially don't use it as a sympathy card. I don't try and squeeze out of a tight situation that I put myself in by pleading to the rest of the world and telling them I'm under attack. No, you have to be held accountable. And if you want to block people, fine. But at this point, gamers have seen developers cry wolf far too many times. You think you're the first to come out here and tear up and get all sentimental and cry about death threats? You think you're the first? Bitch, we don't care. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Life goes on. A couple of nerds on the internet sending you texts isn't gonna do anything. Maybe if this was like 2009, that would have worked, but it's 2025. We know all the tactics. We know the playbook. We've seen this over and over again. Your greed got you here. Your ego, and instead of owning up to said greed like most greedy people would, you instead want to get all political, and you want to slander PC gamers and the modding scene, outing them out as incels and weirdos, and then you go on
sounds
to make
right.
gooning material for your game that you claim you don't want to have any gooning material whatsoever. I don't know how anybody can have a single bit of sympathy. I don't know how anyone can play along with this. I can't even play along with the narrative they're trying to spin here. A long time ago, I could have played along with it. I could have been like, okay, okay, guys, everybody needs to calm down the situation. I don't care. I don't fall for this shit anymore. They respond to Asmongold. Completely understand. It's just unfortunate that being honest about things seems to be a double-edged sword. Bitch, you ain't been honest from the beginning. You couldn't just tell everybody, hey, we want to make money off of your gooning material. We don't want anybody to make free gooning material out of our game. You couldn't have said that. You couldn't have been open. You couldn't have been as honest as possible. Instead, you try to throw an entire gaming community under the bus. And now you want to cry. Some people make a good point in the comments and in the replies. You didn't see this shit from the No Man's Sky team. They got their asses right back to work. Ain't no developer who's actually working hard on their game going to stop for 1 second to take any death threat from a random account with a bunch of numbers after its username. Serious, like who in the world would be doing that? Fake game devs, that's who. People probably using AI. Like, comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to. If you enjoyed this.
Alright, that was another good one. Crazy stuff there. Let's see what else we got here. Nintendo not happy game key card update. Nobody wants game key cards. How about they just get rid of them entirely and just don't do them again? Alright, we can mark that off. We saw the thing there. What is this? I saw someone talk about this whenever someone got banned. I don't pay attention to what goes on there. So I have no idea what this is about, but okay.
If you went through and tallied all
Alright,
of my
who's this
predictions I've ever made across
person that got
my
banned?
time on the internet, you would probably find a worse record than the 2008 Detroit Lions. My correct predictions versus my incorrect predictions, it's not even a competition, it's an embarrassment.
It took Twitch a while, I say. It just took her committing a bunch of crimes on stream, yeah? You know, maybe you shouldn't be doing that on stream.
Have a near X-Men-like mutation.
You know, it's even more ridiculous for when these idiots do that, because it's just like, alright, so you're going to go hand the evidence to the cops on a silver platter? Right? Like, you know, like, you don't make anything easier if you're going to be doing that type of stuff. To prove you're guilty, than to just film yourself and broadcast it to the whole world. All of the things. Right. It's like, what the fuck is up with these people?
Where if I make a prediction on something, I basically manifest the exact opposite into existence. But when it comes to Twitch and my hypotheses regarding their rule enforcement and how they're going to handle shit, so far, haven't really missed on that. So Nina Lynn, I've made a couple videos on. She's quickly become one of my least favorite people online. I feel the same way about her as children do about broccoli. I think she is just terrible, and even just having her put on my plate, I want to flip the table. She is just a truly destructive, annoying lobotomite I cannot stand. She also got away with sexual assault that was broadcast on Twitch and unapologetically treats it as some kind of joke that her victim should be embarrassed by, that he even thought that he was sexually assaulted. She openly treats it as though it's no big deal, even though it is blatant textbook sexual assault. But anyway, I'm not going to just regurgitate everything I don't like about her. It's basically everything. And a little while ago, she got banned for stealing from Target, and then she also went on stream to talk about how she's actually stolen a lot more from Target than we even think she did. So she received a ban for it, and a lot of people were thinking that it might be permanent. I went against the grain and said I think under no circumstances will it be permanent. If Twitch doesn't ban her for a literal crime, sexual assault, I can't imagine they're going to permanently ban her for stealing from Target. So I said pretty boldly, puffed out chest, that I think this will be like a week ban at most. It's been longer than a week, so hats off to Twitch.
Okay.
They've really done the difficult decision here to keep Sexual Assault Superstar off the platform for longer than a week, but I don't think it's going to last too much longer. And last night, a lot of people sent me a tweet claiming that Nina Lynn had been permabanned, which got me pretty excited. I was pumping my fist saying, yeah, whoopee, alright, cool, that's great news. I'd love to be wrong about my Twitch prediction. Now, where's the evidence?
I just noticed
Did
he has
Twitch
like
make
a
statement
CRT
about it?
behind his
Where's
head.
this coming from? Put that shit in my hand so I can start
He
licking
has a
that
nice
shit like a
CRT
lollipop,
there.
like my nice little dessert
So he's
here.
probably
I'd
doing
love
like
this to be
retro
true.
gaming stuff on there
But
in his
I
room.
can't find any information
That's
on her
neat.
being permabanned at all. Just that single tweet that now a lot of other Twitter accounts are reporting. It seems to have just been pulled out of this guy's asshole. I can't find any statements
Oh
on
yeah,
it
I see the
whatsoever,
N64 over
so
there.
I took that with a big grain of
I'm
salt.
just
And
looking
then
at
this
his
morning, the
room,
sexual
and I'm like, oh,
assault
there's an
savant
N64
herself
there.
weighed in on this rumor saying, ain't no way MF's making shit up now. Y'all are obsessed. Don't worry, I'll be back. Should I do a trailer just because of this? Even just reading words from her is annoying because she has to intertwine her fake bravado into everything. Oh, it's just so fucking cringe. And what does that even mean? Should I do a trailer now just because of this? Like, that's her
Oh, I see
response to it?
GameCube and a Dreamcast
Oh,
as
you
well.
made up rumors, huh? Well, you forced my hand.
Yeah, he's
now
a
I'm gonna have to go
collector.
down the nuclear option of
Yeah,
making a
there's, like right there, there's a GameCube and that's a Dreamcast right there.
trailer. Didn't want to have to do this, but now I've gotta.
He plays
Hey,
Melee, of
I
course.
guess, how tough.
Makes sense.
The only thing you should be making is a job application. Don't nobody want to watch a fucking Nina Lynn stream. Genuinely don't get who the audience is for Sexual Assault Superstar Nina.
No, there's a good reason why, because modern TVs are kind of shit. They're kind of shit for a lot of these older stuff in there. Part of it is because of scaling. The thing is, CRTs don't work with pixels. They work with scan lines and drawing things line by line. Trying to convert the video output that way into, you know, something that doesn't work that way and that has like the actual pixel stuff, it does ruin the look of certain types of certain like older, like especially the older like NES, SNES era type of games. A lot of them will have things look a bit different than what was originally intended because of how games were made and designed back then. But also it's the latency itself. And the thing is, like, the reality is even the best OLED that you can get is still higher latency than a lot of like the nicer CRTs from back in the day. And if depending on the types of games you might be playing, if you're used to like playing something on a CRT at a specific speed and you go play that game even on like a modern display, you might end up performing a lot worse because of the differences in the actual input latency. I remember experiencing that actually back in the day when I would play older console games when I was a lot younger on a CRT before the CRT I had in my room died, and I would switch to an LCD display. And like the stuff I used to do, because like I used to like try to like speed run and like try to go for like higher score in some older games. Like I basically just started performing drastically worse. And what I used to just absolutely destroy for like personal high scores in some of these older games on consoles because of that switch from playing on a CRT and moving to an LCD. No, that doesn't work because the problem itself is not the cable. Also, the problem as well is trying to scale it. All those things will do is scale the image better, the image output. But the actual inherent latency and issues around that is a physical characteristics behind how these displays work. It is not the same. That does not solve the problem. Depending on like how sensitive you are to latency and everything, makes a huge difference. It makes a massive difference. And like, yeah, for a lot of those older things, yeah, CRTs will give you an advantage. Because again, like, CRTs don't work, they don't work like, our modern displays. They do not work by the same principles. They don't. And if you've ever seen some, like, the super high-end CRTs, they're even, like, they're really insane with, like, how crazy they can be with, what they can do. Especially because you can, with, like, the older computer CRTs, like the higher-end ones, you could effectively customize your refresh rate based off of resolution. So if you had, like, this a really high-end, like, Sony CRT, their top-end CRT monitor, they had one that could do, like, 1080i at, like, I think it was, like, around, like, 70 hertz or whatever. But you could, like, lower the resolution, and you could get, like, a much higher frame rate because of, it's just the electron gun firing, the thing. Yeah, DVI, not just any DVI input, it's the DVI analog input. There's a separate keying for that. Yeah, those things were insane. No, it does not fix latency issue. The issue is not there. The actual screen itself, the greater gray thing. You see it, like, if you ever looked at, like, buying a display, you'll see, like, specs listed, and you'll see, like, a greater gray value there. Because it's measuring, you know, the time it takes between the actual color shifting and changing and going back to, like, from gray, one shade of gray, to a different color, and then back to that same shade of gray. The time it takes between there. The problem is, it takes a couple of milliseconds for that. When with those older CRTs, it's not even taking a millisecond. It's way faster than that. And, like, that's kind of the thing there. And it's because of a physical characteristic of the displays. So yes, you don't really have the latency in converting the signal, but outputting the signal is the problem, not the actual conversion. Those things like the upscalers you can get will make it so, like, it doesn't, like, stretch or distort the image when you output it to a display, but it doesn't actually fix the latency problem. Yeah. Yeah, they had some, like, really crazy stuff. I remember, like, I think it was, like, a couple of years back, Linus, like, got, like, a Trinitron, like, monitor, like, the best Trinitron, like, desktop monitor you could get. And it was, like, pretty crazy what they were doing with it, like, what they were able to do in there, like, obviously it's not the best contrast and brightness anymore, because they were using, like, a nearly 30-year-old display. But, like, in terms of, like, what you can do with, like, if you know, type of games you might be playing, it's technically better than, in terms of responsiveness, than even, like, some of the best high refresh rate 1080p monitors you can get today. Despite them having to go through a mess to go and hook up to an analog display output. Not the best image quality, of course. But in terms of input latency, they're still unmatched. OLEDs have gotten a lot closer, but they're not quite there yet.
Nina Lynn, because her shit sucks. The people watching that have to be the most stinky, unlikable losers imaginable. Like, all she does, especially post-sexual assault, is just go out in public and yell. And that's kind of it. She tries so desperately to make—
Oh, they don't. They haven't had DVI outputs in the past, what, 6-7 years? There hasn't been, like, a modern GPU with a DVI output in, like, 7 years. Yeah, like, the last time we had DVI outputs on monitors was, like, what, RX 480, RX 580, and the GTX 10 series. Those are the last series of graphics cards from AMD and NVIDIA to have, like, actual DVI outputs. After that, it's, like, the few cards that third-party manufacturers have done, the board partners, they may have put some weird adapter to it. But the thing is, the 1080, the GTX 10 series or the RX 480 cards, they do not support analog DVI. They only support digital. You can tell because the actual cutout for the hole on DVI, I don't know if you guys have ever like looked at the connector, because there's like two types of connectors. Oh, let me get MS Paint out. And I can like do like a basic ass drawing. So DVI, right, you have like an array of pins here, so just pretend there's like a bunch of pins there on the connector. And then you have like a thing on the side. You would see this, right? If you had analog, and then you would have like something like that. Not exactly the most clean connector here, but yeah, you would have like a bunch of pins, whatever. Just pretend there's like a bunch of pins here, right? I don't know the exact pin count. Doesn't matter. The thing that's important though is this part. This part over here, because if it's just if it looks like this, the connector, and you can plug a cable with all of these pins out in there, then you have an analog DVI signal. But if it's digital, you won't have that. You won't have that, and you will just have a straight line here. And the connectors on those, like the last couple of graphics cards that had a DVI, they do not support analog output. So like that's like an actual thing that you would need to get some sort of adapter. Because they do not, even those ones do not support the digital, analog DVI. But yeah, let's see if we can find a picture here. Yeah, so like this cable here is an analog DVI connector. But this one's a digital one. Notice there's like a difference there. Analog is like this. Sometimes they have like the keyed other part there, but not all of them do. Right, those extra pins on there. This is analog. Right, you know you have an analog port if this is what you see. If you see this as a connector, this is analog. Or it supports an analog connection. But if it's just this, it's digital only. But yeah, like the ports on like the later cards, they do not have these extra pins there. So like that's how you would tell that they were like digital only.
Make it seem like she doesn't care, but everything she says, every word she types is always like, can't wait for them to be mad. Oh, you're gonna be mad. These hoes are so mad. Post it on Twitter. Fuck your mom. You're mad. That's all she ever talks about. That is not the behavior of someone who actually doesn't care. If it's the only thing that's ever in her empty fucking brain. It's so embarrassing. But anyway, the point of me yapping about this again was just about that rumor of her being permabanned. I'm not convinced. There's no evidence to suggest she actually is permabanned. Yes, she is still smited as of this moment. She's still banned. But I don't think that means it's going to last forever. Though, round of applause to Dan Clancy and the Goof Troop over there at Twitch for keeping her banned this long. I didn't even expect it to be this long of a punishment. But again, I don't think it's going to last too much longer. They're probably on the edge of their seat, biting their nails, waiting to unban her. Because they didn't ban her permanently for a blatant sexual assault. I don't think they have permanently banned her for stealing. I just find that highly unlikely. But, again, I'd love to be wrong. Most of my predictions are, so maybe this one is too. Anyway, she sucks. That's really about it. See ya.
Okay. Alright, let's see. let's scroll up and see if there's like an older one that's more interesting first. Right, there's like so much stuff in here. I guess we might as well see this one. I haven't seen this one. EnVtuber is genuinely amazing, but in its current state. But they have some...
I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't know how to easily explain how much I love this game. And that's mainly because I find it hard to explain the why first. Because Arknight's EnVtuber is part gacha game, part factory simulator, part action exploration game, part card battler. That'll make more sense later. Don't worry about it now.
Card battler, what?
It takes so many different ingredients, throws it into a pot, and when you would expect some genuine horror show to come out of it, some Lovecraftian-esque abomination to stain your eyes, it instead is one of the most unique gachas I've played. I don't know how they've done it, because if you were to sit somebody down and ask them if they wanted to play a factory sim action combat gacha game, the answer would probably be no. Because the stereotype of factory games is that you need a PhD to optimize your gameplay, and the stereotype of gacha games is that you need to max out a credit card to optimize your gameplay.
I mean, yeah. They're not wrong. Like, he's not wrong. I mean, like, some of these factory games, they do have things where, like, if you don't have some sort of engineering background, you probably won't even understand what you're doing when they start, like, adding things like logic gates and stuff if you don't, like, have some understanding of, like, electrical engineering for that part. But that's its whole other thing.
So at that point, you must be thinking, who the hell is this game meant to appeal to? And the answer is, this is coming from the company that had the first collab in its gacha game be Rainbow Six Siege. I don't think they care about a target audience. I think they just do what they want to.
A lot of them, actually. Actually, no. The one that I was, like, addicted to earlier this year goes that far. It's literally, like, a thing you could unlock. And you could start doing stuff with logic gates. One of them is what? Oh, it's on sale now, too. Like, you straight up have the ability to set stuff up and, like, build logic gates in this one. Like, you can actually do stuff with logic gates. To where you probably would need to have some sort of, where, like, you probably would never know what the hell you're doing unless you have some sort of, like, engineering background. Because, like, nobody is taught how to deal with logic gates unless you take some sort of engineering courses. But yeah, like, no, they don't show it in here, but they have logic gates and stuff you can work with here. But yeah, like, this game is a pretty crazy factory. When I was, like, actually super addicted to this earlier this year. Like, I was super addicted around, like, August. Like, end of July, early August and stuff. I was, like, super into this one. This one's early access, though, but yeah. This one's, like, good game. Oh yeah, look what we have here. They're less than $3. They're the predecessors to that game. This is definitely a better factory game than what's in EnVtuber. And it's literally like $3 right now. But it's also way more complicated than what you'll get in EnVtuber. Though I do like this stuff here. Any PCB games? Nah, not sure. I mean, like, if you take, like, if you're studying, like, the stuff in engineering, yes, like, it's the basics of electronics. But, like, these days, at least in Canada and the colleges here, it's like, you get introduced to that stuff and you start working on it in your second year. You don't even get in the first year, where, like, you're actually, like, getting your hands dirty with logic gates and truth tables. Nah. That's second year stuff now. When you're, like, in, like, taking the stuff in there. But yeah, like, they have that stuff in here. PCB stuff, I don't know about that. I don't think I've seen any, like, actual PCB design as a game. Yeah.
Who honestly? Now, in case you don't know, EnVtuber is not out as of now. Currently, we're in the game's second closed beta. Thankfully, it seems like an open beta is coming out sometime soon, but we don't know when. However, the game is dropping in early 2026. Now, I was able to get access for this closed beta, so I wanted to make this video to glaze the game.
They would have made a combat game like Final Fantasy VII by some kids. I mean, technically speaking, it's like, yeah, it's like you have access to logic gates. Technically speaking, if you had unlimited resources to run whatever you're running and no limitations, you could eventually, in theory, create a mini computer inside the game and have that computer do something. Much like those weird things that sometimes people do with redstone in Minecraft. With their pseudo makeshift logic gates there out of redstone stuff. That they do for the lulz. Cool stuff though when people do that.
Game where it deserves to be, say why it works so well, and give out criticism on the aspects I dislike. Because the main purpose of these beta tests is for the game to improve. At this point, I've played it 3 times. The technical test, beta test 1, and now this one. And from each and every test, it has improved drastically because of all the feedback. So I want to give out mine. But before getting to any of that, I am happy to say that this video is actually sponsored by Arknight's EnVtuber, which is why if you want to pre-register.
I mean, here's the problem as well, though. What I don't like when people are like gonna talk about something and like maybe say they're gonna have a review or whatever, and then they say the video is sponsored, because it's like, well, if it's sponsored, is it even a review or whatever anymore? That's why I do find it a bit sketchy and a bit shady when like they do this type of thing.
Register for the game, you can find a link to do that.
It is a sponsored video
in the description. But with that out of the way, let's talk about how the game mixes the factory sim aspects and the combat aspects in it. So the game is intricately tied with the factory builder aspect of it. EnVtuber is not.
Like, I still need to finish the stuff in the beta. Maybe we'll do that on a Monday or Tuesday stream. Wait. You know, Tuesday is thing. We'll do it tomorrow then. We'll try to do the EnVtuber stuff tomorrow stream then. Because then, cause yeah, Monday weekly reset. Tuesday is Duet Night of Best. Wednesday I won't be streaming because I'm gonna be out. For thing.
Here's a gacha game with a world to explore and action combat with a cool little base builder mini game. It's a game which has all of what you would expect, but ties it back into the factory. Like, if you want to go out and explore, oh, yeah, here's some ore veins. Let's set up electric miners. You're getting your ass beat by the enemies in combat? Okay, let's get some gear. How do we do that? Use Sandy to farm drops? Hell no, get that shit out of my goddamn face. You go into your factory, you pop down some production lines, you make these little things, you turn it into gear sets. A rift of enemies is whooping you? Surround it with towers that dispense high caliber rounds as quickly as possible into the...
And then you realize these things like are freaking feel like they're less durable than weapons from Zelda Breath of the Wild. But that's the part he doesn't talk about.
And sit back as you watch them do all the work.
Yes, you can set these up, but you can't set them up while in combat. And these things are about as fragile as weapons from Breath of the Wild. Because yeah, these things break up very easily. You have to build before you go into combat, not while you're in combat. You cannot build while in combat, but you can build before you get into combat. There's a difference there. Like, yes, you can build before you get into combat. It's just that these things get destroyed so quickly. It's...
Or, you need some healing? Get a healer.
No, you just make food. The healer they give you is fucking useless.
But if you don't want to do that, hop into the base, make some medicine, and you can...
No, like, actually, no. Making the medicine, the food stuff here is way more useful than the sorry excuse of a healer that they give you. The food ends up doing better job.
You can use it in combat. Now, here's the thing I think a lot of people would get hung up on. I feel that with an explanation like that, some people are going to be a bit overwhelmed, thinking that the base system is way too complex, but I'm just gonna say...
It is very basic for a factory builder game. I'm sorry.
It's not. For a point of reference, the only base building game I've played so far is Satisfactory, and I got up to nuclear fusion in that before me and my friends didn't have time to play it more. Now, the Steam guide that gives out an advanced explanation on how to make a nuclear power plant is about 3,000 words long, so half of this entire video script. And that's just to get power for your base. You know how you get power in EnVtuber? You make a battery, you put it in a thermal bank. That's it. If you want to see the recipe for the most complicated battery we got now, this is a chart for how to make it. All you really got to do is just place down what it asks you to, and you're good. I honestly believe that the game does a good enough job of guiding you through the process of how to build stuff that 99% of players aren't going to be walled by these.
And you gotta place the pylons, yes. You need to construct you must construct additional pylons.
Want challenge from it, then you can get into hyper optimization and using all space you have to make your factory as good as it can be. And if you don't want to deal with that, then there's blueprints that you can share between players, so you can get a optimal build from that. Me personally, I probably won't, because end of the day, I just like building the factory. Some of my builds look nice, some are bad.
No, mine looks like shit because I'm trying to min-max every single possible tile. Because the build area is so tiny.
Well, I mean, it works. But whenever I had time to optimize the base, I was just happy. And what I mean by time to optimize the base is part of how the main story progresses. Put simply, they drop you into an area, you get a factory. You go to a new area, you might just get a sub-factory. Eventually, the story hits a place where you gotta get your player level up to progress, and that's when you explore around, do up side quests, hit new areas, build the base. Pretty quickly, you'll hit the level cap you need to, and then you move on to repeat it again. You progress, slight wall, you backtrack, optimize, unlock new stuff, progress, repeat. And that loop was pretty good. It doesn't make it so you're
for me, I just want to do the factory. that was me.
Forced into the factory mines for 10 hours straight, or you barely see it as you go through the world. It's a perfect middle balance between the two systems as you clear the story of the game. And on that note, let's talk about the story. So the game is called Arknight's EnVtuber, but you do not need to play Arknights to understand it. Playing Arknights and knowing its story will definitely have the story and EnVtuber hit more at times, but for the most part, it's not needed. I wouldn't say it's the point like a Final Fantasy game where you can really just jump into any mainline game and there's pretty much nothing lost if you didn't play the other ones, but it really stands on its own and Arknights is the cherry on top. Now, if you want to know the basics of the connection between these two games, without me diving into Arknight spoilers, it's that on Terra, the planet Arknights takes place in, there is a giant Aether Gate up north in the Infi ice fields. Don't question why it's there. During when Arknights takes place, the Aether Gate doesn't work, but some couple of hundred years into the future, the people of Terra are able to get it functioning and take it, which brings them to Talos 2, a different planet, and that is where EnVtuber takes place. 152 years from that. Yeah, Talos 2 isn't exactly a baby planet. People have built up civilization on it, but they're still struggling to survive, well, what feels like essentially Australia if it was an entire planet. Which is where you, the administrator, comes in to help them. Throughout the history of Talos 2, you've been awakened from the rock that magically changes your gender, Happy Pride Month, to save it in its time of need. However, this recent time you've woken up from it, you lost your memories and you got amnesia now. Welcome, hello. This is a gacha game in case you forgot. Of course you're gonna have amnesia. But about 0.3 seconds after waking up, you gotta go out and save Valley 4 from a bunch of problems, but the main one is the Landbreakers. Though, Landbreakers is a general term that encompasses 3 different factions. To be more specific, you gotta deal with the Bone Crushers. Now, I don't want to explain bar for bar how the main plot goes because that'd be boring and it'd take too long, but to
I mean, it is boring. Let's be real, I wanted to skip through all of it.
Explain it briefly, you drop into the hub area and help them after an anchor fell on their base. Anchors are what spawn Agaloy, think basically monsters. Then afterwards you go into the Valley Pass and fight against the Bone Crushers that are setting up shop there. After you go to the quarry, optional area, then a big explosion happens at the power plant, so you gotta go and find what's up, which leads you to going through a science park and an old mining colony that has been dealing with a rough time due to the Agaloys and the 3 damn anchors, which are their next door neighbors. And at the end of it, you fight against the leader of the Bone Crushers, Nefereth. That is the basics of the story of Valley 4, and from here I got 2 things. A lot of hope with the story from the plot reveals we've seen, and criticisms of this arc. Now my speculation for what the plot might dip its toes into would take really long, so I might just save that for its own video where I talk in depth about the connections between Arknights and EnVtuber, as I discuss what the plot could go into. So instead, I'm going to get into my criticisms for the first chapter of the game, Valley 4. And the most glaring criticism I have is that the Bone Crushers are fucking troglodytes. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of a nicer way to say it. I just can't take them seriously. Throughout Arc 1, the Bone Crushers are seen as the big bad enemy. They're the driving force of the conflict with the area, but I wasn't able to take them seriously because they just seem generic as hell. Like, take OG Arknights. Even though the chapters before 5 weren't the best, you can pretty quickly understand why Reunion is doing what they're doing.
It's
both
just
from what the
pain,
higher ups
man.
are saying, but even from the grunts.
And like, I think with some of them as well, it's just like there's no reason for it either. With NTE, it's like, they're like the amnesia thing, like there's another way they could have just had it set up without having amnesia being a thing at all, and just be like, yeah, hey, the character is just like a new thing joining the art. They just moved over and they're joining the thing, and then they got sent there, and then that's it. They could have just come back and just left everything else blank, and it would have worked. And like it's in some cases, in some of these, it just like feels so weird when they put the amnesia thing where like it doesn't matter.
You'd have moments where unnamed Reunion grunts would talk about the treatment of infected in the world and why they've snapped and are lashing out against it. Not to the point of agreeing with them, but they would explain the state of the world and how they became.
And like the thing is too with Enfield, it's just like, okay, you woke up from like, the main character woke up from like a long ass coma. You know, they probably wouldn't know what happened in the last, 100+ years of cryo sleep they were in. So like, you could have just been like, oh yeah, all this stuff happened when you were in freaking sleep, or whatever. You were in stasis or whatever, and like just not have anything to do with the amnesia at all. But nah, it's just like weird that they just keep shoehorning that in, because like they could easily make it work without having to use the amnesia trope. And they could still make it flow and be fine. Because it's just like, oh yeah, well, a lot can happen in like 100+ years. Right? If you were just like, I don't know, put into cryo sleep and you woke up 100 years in the future, would you wouldn't know what the fuck is going on either. Yeah, like a lot of them is just like, it doesn't look like they'll use it, but they'll just find a way where it's just like, it's completely unnecessary for a lot of these. Like, it really isn't necessary.
Became less than human after being infected, and my reaction to them was just, well, shit. I could understand why you decided to join Reunion. Even the grunts would have interesting.
The other type, a guy in ToF got in and got amnesia and learned we work for Hycros, but they didn't go further with that. The top one is just like, okay, what? Like, it's just like the laziest excuse to make like a blank slate character. When they could have just easily been like, yeah, here you go, here's the character as a blank slate, and they just move on from there. Right? It's like you go play like World of Warcraft, you go make a new character in there. Like all the freaking classes, all the things you can pick between the race class combos, none of them have fucking amnesia. And like now they even skip the whole 1.0 story, pretty much. Well, they don't skip the whole 1.0 story, they just skip like 98% of it. They skip 98% of it, not the whole 1.0 story, but 98% of it. They undid the amnesia, and then they're just like, yeah, whatever. Who cares? Like, it is weird when you just realize, oh yeah, right, that did happen. Why did they even give the character amnesia again? Right? It's just like, because it's like, oh yeah, the character, you're thinking ToF, like they get promotions. Oh, they go from having this title and role, now you have this title and role. It's a promotion. No need for some weird ass amnesia trope. If they want to like make some bullshit plot device and be like, they were this strong the whole time. Right, it's like, what happened to 6 months your character was missing? And there's just like, nothing happened. Yeah, right, we just get like a new freaking title. So strong we use the EM blade, the legendary EM blade. Right, it's the legendary EM blade, that's why you can't use it on the warp server. The EM blade is too strong. it'd be so unbalanced, you know? It'd be so unbalanced if we got to use the, if we got the ability to use the EM blade. That's why it's not allowed in the warp server, no EM blade. You gotta settle for, the Gurren blade.
Dialogue, which made me actually interested about them and Reunion, elevating it beyond a simple idea of Reunion is a group of bad people, so we should hate them. Now, this
True, you gotta hand it to ToF. They're like, yeah, so you get a new promotion every single time, you know? I mean, I guess it makes sense where it's like, oh hey, we concluded the thing. So we gotta give you a new title so you can do a new thing now. You finished your first job. Now we got a new job lined up for you, so here you go, here's a promotion. Oh, you finished that job, okay. You get a new title now, and a new promotion. Now go do this other job now. It do be like that.
To say that every time a Reunion grunt would speak, it would sound like you're listening to the reincarnation of Socrates, but it makes them feel human. Now, I'm not saying EnVtuber needs to take after Arknights and make the Bone Crushers sympathetic villains or whatever, especially because I feel like if we run this same plot dynamic back for a second time, it'd be overdone. But I want the Bone Crushers to have something for me to take them seriously. Like, Arknight starts off with Reunion fighting you as they take control of an entire nomadic platform, or a farm on you, and then make you join forces with a city to help fight against them. Granted, city doesn't do terribly much, but at least you try. It establishes them as a threat, but the times we see the Bone Crushers in EnVtuber be a threat, it's mainly against scientists, sick people, and power plant workers. It doesn't feel like they toppled something incredibly strong, so we need to take them seriously. It feels like they walked into Valley 4 on a Smurf account. So to me, their means of fighting are...
Yeah, that perfectly describes it right there. It's like they just walk in on a Smurf account. Yeah, random nobody to executor to authorizer to researcher back to authorizer. We've been used to using delegate as a disguise. What's next for 6.0? I have no idea. We even added administrator, yup. All sorts of titles. We get everything. We'd be collecting titles like Thanos collected Infinity Stones. Gotta collect them all, you know? Just like Pokemon before Sword and Shield, gotta catch them all.
Aren't interesting, and the people they've beaten up are people you wouldn't really expect to see win a war or something. There's nothing about the Bone Crushers that makes me feel like they are a compelling force. They just feel like a group of generic bad guys that I have a hard time caring about. Like, the story makes a point that Neferth became their new leader and it's a big deal. Then I think it becomes obvious pretty quickly that she's more than likely just using them for her own goals. I really don't think the end game of the story is gonna focus on the Bone Crushers. Right now they just seem like pawns. But the Bone Crushers being so underdeveloped and barely standing on their own as an interesting force subtracts from viewing Neferth as a smart villain for manipulating them. Now, the things that she does are still important, like opening up an Aether portal over the power plant. Yeah, it definitely seems like we should fix that. But when I'm in the story and dealing with the threat of the Bone Crushers without Neferth, I just sit there and think like, man, anyone that could fight could do this, really. I mean, I'm not really needed. They're just not an interesting force outside of Neferth. Then, for comparison, there's a threat in Wuling. It's a city built upon, well, imagine it's like Pompeii, not the enemy, the city. They built the city in a place where a lot of blight activity is, and it stands as a beacon of what humanity can accomplish in this new world. But the situation is pretty dire. Their main means of fighting against the blight takes forever to make, and according to their simulations, they have maybe 3 months until they're screwed. And the blight is an actually scary force. If you stand in it, you die. Just straight up death. It's a force of nature. So you go there to help shore up their defenses against the blight and use the factory to make the materials they need to fight against it. The situation is very threatening and the Inman's role is clearly conveyed. It doesn't just feel like anyone with a weapon can help.
Yet again,
so
floating
it was a lot
islands,
more engaging at the start and reason for going there where Valley 4 wasn't. And the fix I would suggest is just making more moments where the Bone Crushers feel like an actual threat. You make them stand up more on their own without needing Nefereth there. It's all in all a little thing, but I think it would make Chapter 1 much more engaging in the stages before the Origin load screen. I think at that point it starts to pick up, mainly because you deal with Neferth as the main threat instead of the Bone Crushers on their own, but it also takes around 15-ish hours to get there, but from there it keeps getting better as you go into Wuling. And then I think Wuling is pretty damn good. We only got a bit of it in the beta, but I've loved what I've seen so far of it. Though the story before Origin Load Spring being boring, mixed with pretty much most of the side quests in the game also not being the most interesting.
Yeah, and the entire intro to Wuling is extremely boring too, and I just wanted to get to unlocking the factory in Wuling, which I still didn't get to do. Hooray!
Will probably make new players think the story is bad and just skip through it. With the technobabble and all that, not really helping them rough out 15 hours before it gets engaging.
No, I don't think so, man. As soon as I got to Wuling, I think it's like it repeats every time you get to a new zone. Because like I went through 5 hours of skipping dialogue and it was still really boring in Wuling. And that was what happened the last time I touched it on, I touched EnVtuber on stream or whatever.
Now, this is minus the direct beginning of the story. I think that's good. It just takes a dip after saving the hub to the beginning of the Origin Load Spring, which is about like 13-ish hours of gameplay in between. But even though that segment of the story is not the most interesting, and I feel like it does a bit of a disservice to the overall plot of the story, I really gotta compliment how well animated the cutscenes are. The characters are very expressive. Most cutscenes don't just feel like everyone's standing around yapping with little to no movement. Then the action ones take this a step further and just fucking flex their quality. And the animations are helped with how detailed the models are. I don't know any big technical terms to explain it, so I'm just gonna say like, yeah, they look really damn good. Hell, if you want an example of the detail, the way the rain affects the clothes changes based on the material. If it's metal, leather, or polyester, I'm assuming this is polyester, the rain doesn't soak into it or just makes the clothes a shade darker as the only thing to indicate they're wet. That's not how it works in real life, so instead the rain stays on the material as droplets. But for anything that's cloth or wood gets soaked, it sinks into it and changes the color. It's such a little thing, but it showcases the attention to detail in the game. And if you pull out the camera and zoom into the models, you can see the little stitches and patterns of the clothes. Like, just from looking at this, I can fully imagine how every material here feels. The level of detail is insane. But now let's talk about what's probably the most important part of the game, the combat. I think this shit is genuine gas. Let me explain.
I found it really
That
boring.
games are 30 seconds of fun happening over and over. And what you gotta do is stretch that out to an entire game. And honestly, I think that's still true to this day. Games have their combat system as a core part of it, and it needs to provide enough for you.
No, the combat in freaking EnVtuber needs like a 16x speed modifier that you can toggle.
To not get sick and tired of it. And there's two...
I mean, I got sick and tired of it. To the point where I wanted to avoid every piece of combat I could.
Big proponents of the combat system, what you the player need to or can do, so the inputs, and the challenge the game gives you. Take for example Elden Ring. The inputs on your side are incredibly basic. You got 3 buttons to swing your weapon, a roll, some items, and a heal. This system in a closed environment is nothing. There's no huge variety of it. So what do they do to make it interesting? Well, it's hard as fuck. The enemies you're fighting are difficult, so you need to learn them and play against what they're doing. The inputs on your side are simple, but the game changes itself due to the enemy you're fighting, or the area you're going through. Now the second part of that, the area you're going through, gacha games struggle with heavily. Because they're live service, it takes time to make a new area for players to fuck around in, and they need to constantly give out content to keep people actually playing. So they need to make it so what the player is inputting has a lot of depth so that 30 seconds of fun can stay healthy in repetitive content. Now Arknets is a master of this. The amount of characters and strategy you can implement on a stage is pretty much endless, not to mention every new event having its own gimmick for you to play with, and the 3 other game modes in it that have their own gimmick beyond that. But it's easier to do because the game isn't a 3D gacha. Making new content doesn't take anywhere near as long. So when you look at 3D gachas, it becomes a lot more difficult to keep that 30 seconds of fun. Wuwa keeps it by having character combos not be easy as shit and the enemies you fight against being actually difficult. Genshin keeps it, even though the enemies and the player inputs are rather basic, by trying to push out more team building of the game and make you dive into that system to beat the content. Honkai Star Rail keeps it by giving every newly developed enemy another 500 million added onto its HP pool. Okay, I'm joking, you'll call off the hit squad. But what does EnVtuber do to keep this 30 seconds of fun? And the answer is complexity and kits.
So complex, I end up just holding left click and pushing the buttons when I can.
So every character has a basic attack, skill, combo skill, and ultimate. Combo skills require a conditional to be activated, and skills usually have some conditional that makes them stronger. So the optimal way to play is to ensure that your team is able to have all of the characters in it to fulfill all of their conditionals. Now, some of the ways to do it are to inflict physical statics or elemental statuses. Take, for example, Helliger. I know he's called that, but I don't know how the fuck to pronounce that, so don't expect me to. I'm calling him Helliger.
Call him Pog Grand Chick.
So his skill applies breach to the enemy. What?
It's Pog Grand Chick. Granny Chick. Chink.
What it does is consume all vulnerability stacks against that enemy. Then after that, he can use his combo skill that gets buffed based on how many stacks of vulnerable you consumed. So how do you inflict vulnerable? Well, as of now, the main way, to keep it simple, is lift and knockdown. You use these, it gives them vulnerable stacks. At its basics, you use your skills, those give you resources, you execute stuff based on those resources. Now, let's look at the elemental side of things with more added on. Suitor. So, like vulnerable stacks, elements have...
I mean, he's making it sound more complicated as it is. Just push the two buttons together at the same time. When you store up your skill for 2 charges, then push the 2 buttons and job's done.
Have their own stacks, also up to 4, and reactions trigger based on what element was placed last on an enemy. So if I put heat infliction on an enemy and then put nature infliction on them, they become corrosive. If I swap that so nature is first, then I put fire on them, they become combusted. And in Suitor's case, how she interacts with elements is that she wants the enemy to have as much heat infliction as possible. Then she consumes it with her final basic attack, and when she's consumed 4, you can see this on the little thing right here, her skill gets buffed and gives her alt energy. So this is probably looking pretty simple, but if you played card games with a shit ton of conditionals, you're probably connecting the dots right now. Because what I just described were 2 characters in total. You got 4 on a team. Now let's look through them in their own teams. On Suitors we got her, Wolfguard, Angelina, and Ember. On Helligers we got him, Leifeng, Chen, and Ember again.
I mean, it would help if you actually have like a preset account with everything. Which I did not get access to.
What I try to do with Suitor to be optimal, and this is far from optimal. I mean, I've only had a few days with this current iteration of the combat system. But the enemy spawn in and I immediately group them up with Angelina's skill. Now right after that I pop Wolfguard's skill, because Angie's skill takes a bit before it applies nature infliction, so I use Wolfguard's skill to put heat infliction on the enemy. Now this fulfills the conditional of Wolfguard's combo skill. You just need an infliction on an enemy. Then I use his combo skill to apply heat infliction in an AoE to all the grouped up enemies. Then I hit with Suitor's final basic attack and consume all the heat infliction to buff up her next skill. And after that I use Wolfguard's ultimate skill. This fulfills 3 conditionals: Suitor's, Wolfguard's, which you get again after using his ult at pot 5, and Angie's. Now at this point, the enemy is a sacrificial lamb. Combustion is forcibly put on all of them because of Wolfguard, and Suitor's combo skill hits all enemies with combustion, so they get AoE to hell. Then after that, Wolfguard's skill, so I get more heat infliction to consume, and Angelina's skill just because it does damage. At this point, all the fodder is dead, so I'm just mopping up this enemy till the elite comes in, which to fight against an elite, here's Helliger's team mopping one up. For the sake of time, I'm going to start with the combo that killed it. Now, I got 4 stacks of vulnerable on it, and I consume them all with Helliger's skill. This makes it so I could use his combo skill and restore enough SP to unleash a biblical level ass whooping. So I'll pop Leifeng's ult and then Chen's ult. Now Leifeng's ult has 2 hits in it, and they both apply knockdown, so in total it gives 2 stacks of vulnerable. The first stack triggers Chen's combo skill, then in between the hits I pop Leifeng's skill, but right after I pop Helliger's ult. Now this makes it so that with every physical status given to an enemy, a shield guard hits them, recovers SP, and when the 5th physical status is applied, they all come in and dunk on them. And I want that shit to be as aura farmy as possible. So as you can see on screen, I do not know what is happening on screen, but what I did was pop the skill before the second hit of Leifeng's ult and his skill hit. So those both apply a stack of vulnerable themselves, and 2 extra shield guards come in to hit the elite. Then I pop Chen's combo skill to hit the elite with another stack as well, another shield guard coming in too. I use the final strike on Helliger to pop the combo skill of Leifeng. Now I tactically get hit here to use Ember's combo skill. Yes, you heard that right. Tactically get hit. I did not miss my dodge, this was calculated. So at this point, the enemy has been hit with 4 shield guards. The next hit is where I get to aura farm. So I pop Ember's ult for damage and then I get hit. Now again, this was me tactically getting my shit rocked. Because even though Ember's combo skill is on cooldown so I can't use it, I decided to get hit here so I can have Helliger look like he's in the opening cutscene of a Kingdom Hearts game. Not because I missed my dodge, because he was feeling simple and clean. But the enemy gets staggered, so I use a finisher for some damage, and then I pop his skill to consume all of the vulnerable stacks and give me back SP. And then the fucking squad pulls up with the people's elbow of Ursus. Then I get his combo skill to finish things off. That is the best example I can give of the combat system.
You know, when you just... If he didn't just read out everything he was doing and just told you the buttons he would be pressing, you wouldn't be impressed. Because, like, all he did was just push a couple buttons to get the skills off, and then push the buttons to pop up to trigger the combo skill. I mean, it's effectively just button mashing. You just wait, button mash, get hit, button mash, wait, button mash, get hit, button mash. That is effectively what he's saying. But instead, he's just reading out the effects of what the skill buttons do. It's not that crazy. At the same time, though, what he doesn't talk about is how most of it is just going to be downtime until you can do that. That's what he's not saying,
If you want
though.
brain-dead action gameplay, you can mash buttons and pop combo skills whenever. But if you really want to optimize what you're capable of doing, these systems become so complex.
I mean... Oh yeah, and also some of the stuff he was talking about required dupes of characters. He did mention having dupes of some characters earlier, so it's like, oh hey, if you don't have it, then you can't do that. Wonderful, right?
And this is with release characters. We all know how the kits and gachas have the year ones being like a sentence explaining what they can do, and later ones having 2 fucking pages of explanation. You got 4 characters, all with their own conditionals that you're constantly popping out, with weapons that have their own conditionals and armor that has its own as well. And all of this culminates into a combat system that is a fast-paced strategy one.
I mean, it was pretty slow when I was playing it, man. I don't know if I'd call it fast-paced.
That is how it feels to me, and the best part about it is that the game doesn't have simple rotations. In some games, you can spreadsheet out what buttons to press, and most combat encounters will be you using those same buttons over and over. But EnVtuber encourages you to know why you're using what you're using. I have an opener that feels the same, but let's say I'm using Suter's team and a new enemy spawns in. Well, I want to get heat infliction on it to enhance her skills, so should I immediately pop Wolfguard's skill? No, I should wait, because his combo skill is on cooldown. So if I wait a bit, I get 2 stacks on the enemy to consume. So many...
I mean, for the character that he's talking about too, there's an even easier way. Just use her ult, and then everything you do applies heat. It's like really not that deep. The character he's talking about, literally just by spamming basic attacks when you press her ult, you start applying heat like crazy. So it's just like, eh? And like the thing is, it will glow and tell you when you want to use the button anyways. Like you can see it right here. Here's the thing, right? You don't even have to pay attention to what you're doing because the game will just tell you when to press it anyways. You can even see it right here. Why is this one highlighted and circled but not all these other skills? Oh, because he triggered the effect there to get the enhanced attack. That's why he's glowing. The game will even tell you, so you don't even need to keep track of it.
factors change what is optimal for your rotation, like what's on cooldown, what the enemy has inflicted on it, where the enemies are, to where it doesn't...
Oh, and the cooldown timer is like over there on the left as well. Like you can see it over there too.
Doesn't feel like you are constantly popping these same buttons over and over, but instead constantly weighing what you have to maximize your damage. And again, if you're intimidated by this, you don't need to be 100% optimal. Having a good opener is fine enough. It's like the base system. The skill floor is pretty damn low. It's hard to do terrible, but the skill ceiling is sky high and there's a lot to optimize for the people who want to.
I mean, skill ceiling doesn't matter when you can just buy more power. Turn on a burst mode, I guess. I mean, like, again, like, skill ceiling doesn't matter nearly that much when you can just buy more power. This stuff stops mattering at that point.
I believe it was Lowlight, or at least someone at Hypergriff talking about the combat system, that they wanted it to feel like a card battler, and I think they achieved...
Yeah, no. You want a tactical card battler that's, like, active? Fuck, man, look at freaking... How about some Mega Man Battle Network? Go bust some viruses in there. Here you go. Here's your tactical action card battler. You got a program advance in his opener already. Got an extra tile with his abilities there. It's like a very niche type of game, but it exists. Like that thing already exists. I actually liked playing this a lot when I was a kid. On the Game Boy. That probably isn't the best example, but like... there's like even like an indie game that like... that has like similar gameplay. One Step from Eden, if you've ever seen this game. Like, that's what this game is. And then it turned into a mini bullet hell because why not? Exactly, man. That's because it is. The only thing that was like annoying with Mega Man Battle Network was like when you got program advances or like got the special combos going, they would like the game would flash and tell you, so it would slow the game down a little bit. But like One Step from Eden doesn't slow it down. But like, you know, when he's talking about like action card battler or in a game, like this is what comes to my mind, because like that's what this actually is, which is why it's just like
that level of depth while still keeping the game as a 3D action one. Now, I will also keep it 100 with you. I heard this quote in stream chat, so I don't know if it's actually real, but it sounds good for my explanation, so I'll go with it's real. But I really hope this segment explained why I find it so good. I'm very impressed with what they made. Every part of the game meshes so well together, and it's able to have optimization.
I mean, I found it disjointed because I couldn't build in combat. I couldn't use items I made at the factory in combat, even though I made things like freaking bombs. It wouldn't let me use them in combat, and I could only build one outside of it. So about that... you ever heard of Mega Man Star Force? Okay, this is some very, very bad gameplay recording. Let me go find a better one. It's a very underrated game, though. But like, you see, this is it's like the thing on the touchscreen. I mean, it's in a 3D space now. They took a Mega Man Battle Network, changed the perspective, and now it's in a 3D space. Hey, close enough. Okay, close enough, man. Close enough. Maybe you're in a bubble of cancer. I don't know. Well, yeah. I mean.
And how you play it that isn't at risk of hurting the game for more casual players. But I would say there is something else I think does hurt this game in its current state, which would be the gacha. So the current system is this: 0.8% chance for a 6-star, 8% for a 5-star, rest is 4 stars. No weapons on the banner because there isn't a weapon banner you spend a gacha currency on. More on that later. So EnVtuber does a similar system to Hoyoverse, where there is a basic banner and operators outside of that pool are in limited banners. But the system's a bit different, to where the limited character exists in the pool of operators to get for 2 banners after theirs. For their banner, they're rate up to 50%, and the others they're a character to get in the pool of off rates. And the game doesn't have the regular guarantee of if you get an off rate, your next character is gonna be rate up. Instead, they make it so if you don't get the rate up in 119 pulls, your next pull at 120 is going to be the rate up character guaranteed. Now, after getting that guarantee, there is still no system to where if you lose a 50-50, your next is rate up. So to get potentials, you get 1 guaranteed after 240 pulls total on the banner. It's 1 potential, so it means that if you never get rate up outside of the guarantee, you are going to get potential 1 for the character at 240 pulls. But if you get lucky and get 4 copies of the character before that, when you hit 240 potential, you will have max pop. This doesn't go away if you hit the character. It stays, and you get a token for every 240 pulls you do. And soft pity exists at 65 pulls, where every pull past that adds 5% onto your chance to get a 6-star. So first is 5.8, then 10.8, etc, etc. Now, all of that is, I'm not gonna lie, a little complicated. That shit took 300 words to describe, but I got a problem with it. It's that after that 120 guarantee, there's no way to start building pity for the next banner. Rolls after that 120 guarantee do not carry over to the next banner's 120. So there's no way to effectively build guarantee for a banner because the game doesn't have that 50-50 pity system. After 60 rolls on the current limited banner, you do get a 10 pull for the next limited that expires after that's done, but that's it. And here's the thing. This system as it is, for a banner itself, I would say is pretty good. It's not easy to describe, but I think it works well. No 50-50 sucks, but the guarantee at 120 ensures that, compared to a system like damn near every other 3D gacha has, you will get the character in less rolls if you have to go to guarantee. If you're unlucky as shit, objectively, this banner system helps you. Though still overall, I don't like characters not going to the basic banner, but that's a small problem compared to the bigger one, rolling after getting the character. I personally think 240 pulls needed per guarantee token is too much. Now, I do want to be clear that the potential in this game is not Genshin levels of like it makes the character a different character.
But they're still pretty impactful. They are still pretty impactful. You'll forget to mention the rate up duration dropped to 15 days,
It's little buffs that aren't as meaningless as the ones on Arknights, but are not terribly insane either. But an idea I want to throw out there is instead, think about this. What if at 120 or 150 or something that's just lower than 240 pulls, after you get the rate up 6-star, you are guaranteed to get them in a roll again. Now there's a reason I specify in a roll compared to getting a token, and that is because of the weapon system. So after getting a unit, you get arsenal tickets based on the rarity of the unit. 2,000 for a 6-star, 200 for a 5-star, 20 for a 4-star. And a 10 pull on the weapon gacha is 1,980 tickets. You can't do single pulls on it, only 10 pulls. If you don't get a 6-star weapon in 3 pulls, the 4th will have one, and there is only a 25% chance of the weapon being the rate up one. To guarantee the rate up weapon, you need to do 8 10 pulls, and that is where I got a problem. Getting the weapon is actually pretty damn difficult, because aside from getting tickets from rolling, the only sources I know exist in this build of the game is getting them at the credit store, really low amount, on the paid only tier of the battle pass, buying packs, or by rolling. So basically, if you don't pay, the only big source to get them from is the gacha. So enter in my case that shows why I dislike this current system. I got lucky and got Suthor on my 16th pull. Now, I really want to use her weapon because it's strong as hell for her. So how do I get tickets? Well, I gotta roll. What banners can I roll on? Suthor's and the basic banner. That's it. I know I'm not gonna reach her guaranteed pot because that is so many rolls. So that means every pull I do on this banner is building towards nothing except for that 110 pull I can do on the next limited. So if I want to get her weapon...
Yeah, and like, a lot of them are just so bad, I hate dealing with them, man.
I need to, essentially, throw away so many of my pulls and a banner that has no guarantees. So I'm screwing myself over for the next limited banner because none of this builds towards that guarantee aside from that 110 pull. But if I want to get her weapon, it's this or the basic banner. And I need to roll now for the weapon because when the banner's over, so is the weapon banner. Until who knows how long into the future when it comes back again. These two systems do not work well together. The banner system rewards you for not pulling until you have enough for guarantee, but after getting the character, you will need to essentially waste rolls to get their weapon. So it comes to my case, where I got Suther in 16 pulls, but I wasn't able to get her weapon, because I had to go to guarantee, until I got enough arsenal tickets after 204 pulls. Now, that's in general, basic banner and beginner banner included. For just Suthers, I did 91 pulls. But this is just...
Not really, you have to pull and get crap on the character banner. Otherwise, you would have to go and buy them. In the previous beta, they had the roguelike mode where you could farm 110 pull a week. But then they got rid of it. It doesn't exist anymore.
Just not it. I know all of those 75 pulls after getting her were thrown away because I now can't use them for guarantee on the next limited. If you get the character early, you're still gonna have to spend gacha currency on their banner or the basic banner to get their weapon. It feels at odds. The game gives a pretty early guarantee, but since pots require 240 pulls in total to guarantee, most people...
And like, this is the thing too, when you have all this bullshit that gets in the way of that, and it degrades the stuff in there further, it's like, I have now even less incentive to even want to bother or tolerate the freaking combat part. And like, I just want to skip the combat even more and not deal with it. But the problem is, it's like, for me personally, it's like, if I really want to skip and not bother with and deal with the story stuff, and I don't want to deal with the combat stuff, the only thing left they have is the factory. And if I'm looking at it objectively as a factory game, it's like, why would I want to play EnVtuber over another factory game? And that's kind of my situation there. It's like, they kind of shot themselves in the foot, and like, they kind of just have scuffed situations on everything. And then you have this gacha system here too. And like, here's the thing, like, you average out the actual cost here, it's basically just Hoyo pricing, just with a more confusing currency situation and different labels. It's effectively that, and that your first character copy that you can get has a slightly lower maximum cost. But again, like, if you're gonna go further than that, it's gonna average out to be about the same. You need the factory to go and build equipment. You need the factory to go and progress through exploration in the map. You need the factory if you want to like move around. You need the factory to go produce items and like healing items and stuff, right? You need the factory to produce batteries so you can power devices. Like, it's pretty much just that. You need the factory to gather resources. But like, even then, for a factory game, it's a lot more basic. It's a lot more basic compared to some of the other things out there. And like, the reality is, if you want more out of it, it's just like, you know, go play a different factory game. And like, that's just kind of where I am at with this. It's just that, like, the only interesting part for me is the factory, and even that, it's just like, kind of boring. And the thing is too with the combat, like, if they just like let you have like the ability to interact and actually do stuff while in combat, outside of just waiting to press the buttons when they're available, which is already just like, it gets pretty boring and slow after a while. And like, I just end up not really caring that much. And the thing is too, you know, the thing the guy was talking about with like his team comp or whatever, like, that assumes you have all the characters in there that you can mess around with. And if the game says, fuck you, no, you don't get to have that, and instead gives you, Ardelia for the 69th time, that useless piece of shit, that, pretends to be a 6-star healer, who's, less effective than just using healing items that you produce at the factory. All because they decided that they wanted to make the previous beta healer that they would give you that also basically would group and suck up enemies together that was way more useful and actually healed when it actually hit something instead of dropping random ass healing items on the ground that will expire after a while that you have to manually go and pick up because yeah, you know, again, like yeah, it just missed an opportunity, man. And like it's just like the situation there, like if you get characters you don't like or a bunch of characters you don't like using or whatever, and you can't do anything interesting with them, you're not gonna like the combat and you're gonna want to get past it and skip it. And if you're just bored and you want to move around and like just avoid combat at all as much as possible, well, you just completely remove one aspect of the game to kind of hold someone there, someone over. But like yeah, like that's like my whole position there on the thing. And it's not like the game has enough of anything else to pick up the slack. It's not like when I played NTE with the beta there, that there was so much other shit I liked and I could do, that me not giving a fuck about the combat, it was able to pick up the slack elsewhere. And like, in the result, I barely touched the combat for maybe like 10% of how much I played the NTE beta, and I played over 100 hours of that. But yeah. I don't know, man, that's their own problem. They gotta figure out how else they would sell characters. That's their own problem, but like, you know, if I'm skipping the story and like I don't care enough about the story, don't want to deal with stuff in the story, and because it's boring the fuck out of me, and it's just like annoying the fuck out of me because it's stopping me from doing anything and actively getting in the way, and I don't want to deal with the combat, it's like, yeah. The only incentive I would have to pull a character in EnVtuber is so I can get something that is so much more busted, so I can just skip through the combat faster, because I don't want to deal with it. So something to let me avoid as much combat even more, and more efficiently, is the only reason why I would pull, and not for any other reason. At the same time too, you know, it's like, it makes me also just want to avoid and engaging with a bunch of other things in there that are just combat related as well. And like, he also isn't touching on like the bullshit retarded stamina system where like, you gotta wait and produce and gather materials to the factory anyways to go and produce equipment, food, and all that other stuff. But then they have like a stamina system still too, so you can go get experience and skill upgrade materials. It's like, what the fuck? You're already time-gating players in another way. Why the fuck does it still need a stamina system with the same bullshit and problems that every other gacha game has? So it's just like, what? Why? It just doesn't make much sense to me. Why they have to like also just layer that on top.
Aside from whales aren't gonna hit those. So after getting the character, you're throwing pulls into the wind to get their weapon. There's 4 ways I see to fix this. One is to make it so you can get arsenal tickets from more sources for free. This is the one I prefer they just do. 2 is for the change I said prior, where after getting the character, you are guaranteed a copy of them in, let's say, 120 pulls. They don't need to do that amount, but let's just say it is. Now that would mean you could reasonably hit that if you get the character early or if you have average luck. And if you do, it means that you get a 10 pull from the weapon banner. 3 is to make it so the game has a standard 50-50 system that carries over between banners. And 4 is to give us a lot of basic banner pulls in the game, because those give arsenal tickets without messing up the pull economy of limited banners. Me personally, I prefer all the changes except for 3, because I think the current system is a little better than the regular 50-50 one. But I got a big preference for 1 and a little bit of 2. Maybe just make it so you can get arsenal tickets from other sources, and the potentials are at like 200 total pulls or something, I don't know. I just think in this current system, the character banner works on its own, and the weapon banner works on its own, but they combine like oil and water. I would like to see some changes made there. Now, maybe arsenal tickets don't become a problem for long-term players. Maybe you can build up a stockpile of them over some months. Maybe for the full release, we'll get pull currency from so many different sources like Arknights does, so wasting some pulls isn't that big of a worry. But I can say that in this beta, the mixture of the 2 gacha systems feels a bit bad. It feels like you're wasting rolls unless you get so unlucky you need to hit guarantee. I think this needs to be addressed. But that and the story concerns I have for Chapter 1 of the game are the only big criticisms I got. I do have nitpicks, but it'd take too long to explain them, and it's something that's just better saved to put into a feedback survey that they've sent out, because there's not too much discussion to be had for me saying like, oh, the pipes feel wonky to connect in third person mode. I do just think Chapter 1 being weak early on the gacha systems are the only pressing concerns I have. The other ones would be how the game handles content drops and events, but that's for full release to see. We can't really judge how commonly you'll drop events now, because only in closed beta, right? I will say the system to bring back characters from Arknights has me side-eyeing it a little. Like, the lore implications behind it are interesting, but I worry if it does it too much, we'll start to have fatigue for that system, kind of like how alters are feeling in current Arknights. So I think it's fine bringing back Arknights characters, I just don't want to see it done too much because it'll get a little boring. Keep it special. Granted, I say this, but if they bring Exia, Lemon, or any of my favorites, I mean, yeah, I'm rolling frame 1, so I understand I'm probably not the best person for this message. And no, this one I had no natural way to segment in the video, so I'm gonna just say it here. The Syracusan, or descendants of Syracusans, I suppose, the characters speaking in Italian to each other in the English dub was goated as fuck. You can tell Hypergraph listened to the players loving operators in the English dub having accents that fit the real-life counterpart of where they live, so they took this shit and brought it to EnVtuber. I really like that. I feel like sometimes the voice direction is a bit off and some lines don't feel the most natural in English, but I think the voice actors they got are really damn good, and the accents are just the cherry on top of that.
Yeah, like I have no idea who all the original characters in Arknights are.
Genuinely kills on. The factory, battle system, environments, character models, attention to detail, and exploration are absolute gas. Not to mention the game's so optimized it could run on pure dog shit specs. This is Hypergraph.
Yeah, pure dog shit spec, and I was having issues while streaming and I had to lower the graphical settings and everything multiple times. Only to still get constant frame drops. I don't know.
First 3D gacha game, and they've delivered so far. Improvements need to be made, but that's what this beta is for, just like what all the others were for. And from playing the game, from its technical test to its first beta to now, they have not stopped improving on this game. I've been playing Arknights for 5 years straight. I have seen the level of quality Hypergraph puts into their games and how they keep innovating in the space. Like, you know how every gacha drops with a roguelike mode in it now? Yeah, guess who made that shit popular? Arknights with KO-based fun.
Yeah, okay, why are you glazing freaking roguelike modes when all these games that have really awful roguelike modes? I don't get why he's glazing them when like all of them are just awful. And they're just annoying chores that we just do and tolerate.
This event back in August 2020.
Get all the rewards and then move on.
Integrated strategies mode as we know it. I have a lot of faith in the games they release, and I can't wait for the open beta because I think so many people are going to love this game.
But yeah, I mean, he's a lot more biased towards it. For me, it's like my experience is more like a 5 or a 6 out of 10. But I'm looking at it from a different perspective. Your shitification. But like really, it's like, do you guys really like all the freaking roguelike modes they keep putting out? Because like, I don't find them fun. It's not like the fun I would get when I go play freaking like a Vampire Survivors, Mega Bong, the Hollow Cure one, or like Risk of Rain or something like that. The fuck, there's even a pretty decent Chinese Risk of Rain clone on Steam. That's like in early access. Like there is that. That was like cool. I played it for a bit because I got free keys for it. But like it's still like a very bare bones in early access here. I thought this one was cool. It's like a 3D anime waifu style Risk of Rain clone. Like that's like actually what this game is. But like it's still a very early access. Like they're not even version 1.0 yet, they're version 0.1. And they're like testing and adding characters and all sorts of other things slowly. They had a new character recently. Oh shit, they did. Neat. They just added a new character. That new character they added isn't even in the art there yet. But they got the thing there. So that's cool. But like, this one's like a thing where you just gotta wait a long ass time for them to finish the game. Though at least it doesn't look like it's abandoned, and they're just like actively doing stuff in the game, like actively updating and patching it. Yeah, they seem to be like doing patches like once or twice a month. And like adding stuff in there as early access stuff. But yeah. But the first year trying to figure out who Sir is or whatever, and they kept saying the first banner, yeah, Leviathan, yeah. They do the same with Girls Frontline too, I say. Never played either, but yeah. I just saw the character, it's like, oh, Leviathan or whatever, it's like, that's her name. So I'll call her that, or is it Leviathan or whatever. Whatever it is. Like, the only reason why I even pulled her was because I remembered in the previous beta, she had a big sword and can hit things in a much larger radius than AoE. So it made things slightly less painful when dealing with enemies that are just all over the place and spread out. Because the game wouldn't give me the character to group everything up. But yeah. But it's just like, yeah. Like, you can either have an okay time with the combat or a really bad time. It all depends on what you end up with. I don't block anyone calling her Cert or whatever, yeah. It's just gonna be aggravation. Fair enough. What is this one? Twitch fires the guy who banned VTubers. What is this? This was sent like 3 weeks ago.
Hello, I'm here to give my opinion on something that doesn't actually matter. Ex-Twitch exec slams Amazon for cutting 14,000 jobs in AI shift. Robots don't give a fuck. Twitch is facing another brutal round of layoffs as parent company Amazon slashes tens of thousands of corporate jobs amid a major pivot to artificial intelligence. Amazon confirmed plans to cut 14,000 corporate jobs this year, about 4% of its white-collar workforce, as part of a sweeping cost-cutting and restructuring effort. According to Reuters, the number could climb up to 30,000 as layoffs began on October 28th. So that's 2 days ago as of me recording this. The move is part of Amazon CEO Andy Jassy's strategy to trim bureaucracy and lean heavily into AI and automation. Jassy previously said artificial intelligence will play a central role in automating routine work, making some roles obsolete. These latest moves signal that Amazon is likely realizing enough AI-driven productivity gains within corporate teams to support a substantial reduction in force. Sky Canaves?
Okay, no need for like the word salad thing. It's just like, yeah, we cut them jobs off, and then boom, we spend less money on paying people. Easy. Congrats, you finally got Linces. Linces is like what the last weapon I got on Warped. They could have, and then they basically gave up on it. Rip Amazon.
Cannabis? An e-marketer analyst told Techloy. Twitch hit with massive layoffs. Okay. So here's the interesting
Claudia
part
can rest
about
now, I guess.
the Twitch layoffs. One of the people that got fired was this guy, a man named Tarfu. He says, I was laid off at Twitch today. I was at Twitch for 11 years. I started off working in trust and safety, then moved to customer experience. I was the person who built the entire fraud program at Twitch. You'll understand why I'm emphasizing that in a second. One of the reasons I never told people what I did for work. I was the one keeping bad actors off Twitch who steal and abuse revenue on the platform. I guess I did my job too well since they let me go. But do I have some great stories of being there over a decade? Horrible timing since my motorcycle accident was a month ago. I'm getting married in less than a month. This has definitely been a bad year. Okay, well, I'm sorry that you were in a motorcycle accident. I would never wish that upon anybody.
Yeah, bad actors.
Well, some people, but what you did, you know, like, okay, well, I don't like you, but you don't deserve that. Probably. Anyways, well, I don't know. The jury's out on that. But anyways, do you remember how starting like a few years ago, bunch of VTubers started getting banned for fraud. One example of this actually was Mother V3, banned for engaging in
That was last year.
fraudulent activity. She's a pretty sizable streamer, 314 average viewers, 421 peak. All right, so hard to imagine really engaging in fraud proper. You know, I mean, it's not to say that bigger streamers don't engage in fraudulent activity, but let's read about this a little bit. Let's read about this. Hold on. Oops, I accidentally popped out the tab. Okay, I'm an idiot. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Let's move this back over here. Okay. Twitch has indefinitely banned English-speaking VTuber Mother V3, marking the first ban of her career. The news was first shared on by the verified ban tracker account, Streamer Bans, on December 20th, 2024.
I remember seeing like some
VTuber
clips of
later
her
took to her
before.
X account to reveal the reason behind the suspension.
But that was like a
Streamer
long
shared
time
a
ago.
screenshot of the message sent by Twitch, which mentioned fraud as the reason behind the suspension. Message added, based on a review of your activity or content, we have issued a global suspension of your account. Due to the severe nature of this violation, or the fact that you have incurred multiple violations, your access to services are indefinitely restricted. Someone read my tweets. They said that the violation occurred in purchases, putting in an appeal right now. You know what's funny? Is this probably refers to people buying subscriptions. You know what's also funny? Is so FaZe Connect, the company that I work for, okay, we're an established company, right? So this is not abnormal. We had some of our talents verified like by Twitch and had their revenue enabled early on. And even though the accounts were verified by Twitch, several members of FaZe Connect immediately had their accounts banned right after. You know why? Probably because people were buying subscriptions to these accounts that had not yet streamed, that had been verified by Twitch. And they've been banned for fraudulent activity. And we see this happening to other VTuber agencies as well, such as Sucks VTuber agency, their VTuber, Malfina, also getting banned for fraud before she even got to debut.
That is crazy.
Did you think I was done? Because I have more. Here's Aphrodite getting banned. Aphrodite is part of Mythos, another VTuber agency. So what, Pippa? Why are you getting so out of sorts about this? Why are you reacting so harshly? So what, this guy made a faulty system. Maybe he's like a little bit apologetic or something, that all these innocent people got banned for fraud. All these people potentially losing out on their livelihood. Okay, I had to cut that because I started schizo rambling for too long. But anyways, okay, the point is, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Good riddance. I was banned wrongfully in 2022 for fraud because I turned the ad slider to max settings. It was never investigated, and it caused my main partner channel to be banned for evasion. 3 years have gone by and never investigated. Time to put fries in the bag. Hey, look at this. Look at this. I'll take things that didn't happen for 800, Alex. Most or all of this user's post. Ah ha 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 ha. Wait, what's this other one? What is this one? Oh, you might have built the worst fraud program for Twitch. I don't think you realize how many streamers got permanently falsely banned because of your terribly made program. Oh, I realized, and not all were innocent. We just can't we just can't shame them and show the evidence. Data doesn't lie, but just like anything, there are false positives which we made good. Really? Is that why it took several years for members of FaZe Connect to get unbanned? Even though there was no fraud. Like, you guys in the audience are just gonna have to take my word for this one. But I'm gonna lay my reputation out on the line here. I'm gonna say FaZe Connect has never committed fraud. Hopefully that doesn't age poorly. If we ever have committed fraud, it's outside my knowledge. But I'm going to say with reasonable certainty that because so many VTubers got banned for fraud at around the same time, for around the same types of reasons, that FaZe Connect kinda just got cut. So forgive me for not being particularly sympathetic towards you, Tarfu, but you are a fucking asshole. And your system was fucking dog shit.
Damn. At first, like, you're overacting. Even YouTube bans accounts for specific activities. Several days of suspension for investigation will hurt you. What do you mean several years? Alright, because, like, they don't even do the investigation. They're like, we'll do that. And, like, nah. Several years later. It's fucked, man. Yeah, Dan Cooner Clancy needs to go. Exactly. Yeah, they're never beating the allegations, man. They need to rename it to Twitch Hub Kids already. Oh, true, true, true. Okay, damn. That one was, she was quite heated in that one. Alright, what is this? Routine available now. What is this game? Never heard of this one. Single player sci-fi horror game? Psychological horror? Okay. Apparently a bunch of critics like it.
One final step.
I see. Scariest, most immersive game in years. Or a game that stands up toe to toe with heavy hitters of the genre. Okay. 92% positive? Cool. Okay. Damn it, I mean, they're not showing gameplay. I was hoping we got to see some gameplay here. Oh. And it's on Game Pass now too. That's cool. Maybe this one has gameplay? This one? The other one was accolades. Yes, the glazing trailer. Yeah, it was just the first one there. Okay. Let's see. It has like a really retro old vibe to like the thing there. I don't know, like it has like the filter there where it's like it's almost like you're looking at scan lines but not quite. Like it has like that feel. Just neat. Is it on the moon or something? Analog horror, yeah. Alright, it has like that like aesthetic there. Yeah, atmospheric, cinematic, dark, adventure, horror, okay. It's like, it's like a puzzle game as well. That's cool. And then like, I'm assuming you're using this like to scan objects or something. Oh, and the thing like is like the weird like robot things that are like broken apart, like moving or whatever, or is that like just some like a corpse of something with like no more flesh or skin or whatever left on it, and it's just like in some sort of suit? Because like I see like these bones and stuff. It was in the work for like a decade. Damn. I'm assuming then this was like on like a space station on the moon or something.
Check your current tasks, review any collected information, and even read the cat's operational manual for more details. As you progress through the world, you'll discover additional modules that can be installed into the cat. One of these is the Ultra View module, which features enhanced screen vibrancy and a built-in flashlight. Its active function operates like a blacklight, revealing hidden details and clues in the environment.
Okay.
As true lovers of analog technology, especially CRTs, we wanted to include a detail that really emphasizes the cat as a functioning piece of hardware, faults and all.
Okay.
And because certain areas of the lunar base suffer from severe magnetic interference, we just had to add a degauss button to the cat so that you can correct any geometry or convergence issues. Our goal with the cat was really to create a tool that felt authentic, weighty, tactile. A piece of hardware that is fun to handle, but also learn. Thank you for watching this overview. We can't wait for you to experience the Cosmonaut Assistance tool for yourself when Routine launches December the 4th on Steam and Xbox platforms.
That's cool. Cool. But yeah, you can definitely really see they really like the analog aesthetic. Alright, let's see. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 sucks, to be honest with that. I think we already talked about that before already. Right, I'm pretty sure I remember like mentioning that thing. It's just, yeah, they're just gonna keep buying up all those things. Buying up freaking Warner Bros. What's another one here? Apparently ChatGPT made this guy delusional. Maybe we'll do like one or two more. The fuck is this? Wait, MMORPG that started a war between millionaires? What's this one?
The following story is told from the perspective of Latin American players.
In the vast and chaotic universe of Mir 4, every server was a chessboard where leaders and clans moved their pieces in search of supremacy. Every battle was a carefully planned move, and every betrayal an unexpected checkmate. What began as regional disputes soon became a global conflict. Marked by ingenious strategies, fragile alliances, and bold maneuvers worthy of a grandmaster. In the beginning, the attention of many was focused on a war happening right here in Latin America. When a streamer named Marco Vello invited a Korean friend to join his server.
Okay.
Why don't you guys come play with us? The amount you spend on the Korean server, on the global server, you could buy everything.
Little by little, more Koreans arrived to help him face the dominant group of that place. The movement started small. But
it was an MMO that had crypto, I say.
Gami, Gyupyu, Pink Boy, Eri, and Yumul brought a devastating force to the battlefield. The tactical superiority and brute strength of the Koreans led many players to join their cause. Facing this growing threat, Kyo, the leader of the dominant clan, adopted a different strategy. Instead of fighting the Koreans with brute force, he decided to focus on leveling up, believing this would give him a long-term advantage. The Koreans, on the other hand, strengthened their equipment and attributes, preparing for immediate battles. But soon this war surpassed the limits of a single server. The impact of the Korean presence was so great that leaders from several Latin American servers decided to form an alliance. The narrative used to unite the forces was simple but effective. If we don't unite now, more Koreans will come and dominate everything.
They called all the kings, the dominant leaders of the servers, and they told us, whoever wants to join us, go to room 1. Anyone who isn't with us will be blacklisted. So everyone started heading to the room.
Damn. Lots of people.
Everyone was scared.
In truth, no more Koreans would be coming. This narrative was created to gather support, using fear as motivation. Thus, the alliance that united almost all of Latin America was formed, named the SA Alliance.
The SA Alliance? Okay. Sure. You know, you could technically like mispronounce that and make it have so many other different meanings. Now it's the essay alliance. They're writing essays. They're gonna write you into submission. Or it could be like, I don't know, the essay alliance make you think of a Sonic Adventure or whatever, right? Or it could be sexual assault. Who knows? Surely not a South America alliance. What a name. Right, the SA Alliance.
This war included around 40 dominant clans against the Korean team, while some clans...
Yeah, they should have used a different... They should have used a different freaking name or acronym or whatever. Because it's just like... Depending on how you say it or whatever, like, how you interpret it, it can mean so many different things.
clans known as the Resistance joined the Koreans. Companies began investing real money into characters and equipment to strengthen their armies. Among the resistance, the Hashiras stood out on the battlefield.
Two companies emerged, Cal Brazilian and Ratness Club. Both are NFT companies focused on Web3 games. Within Hashiras, only on characters, $750,000 was spent.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Asia was also in flames. Two titanic forces, Hall of Fame and Wilds, fought for control of the region. At the center of this conflict stood Panda, one of the most legendary warriors in the game.
Panda, okay. That is true, they didn't get butter for it.
But returning to Latin America, an unexpected event would seal the Koreans' fate. The language barrier between Koreans and Brazilians led to hiring a translator to facilitate communication.
잡을 수 있어. 들어가. 잡았어. 들어가. 자, 들어가. 예스, 들어가. 야, 저거 되냐, 그거 돼? 대복 돼? 바로 대복할게. 예스, 오케이, 대복.
That's true, the TikTok is on the brain rot from TikTok.
Headshot. Okay.
However, no one expected that the translator might be selling strategic information to the enemies.
Yep.
My friend was paying $150 per hour for a translator to translate what the Koreans were saying, and he handed over all of our strategies to the enemies. We urgently needed to sort things out with the Koreans. My friend Pandao said, "I'll pay." So we started discussing the negotiations. He handed over all of our strategies to the enemies. He gave everything away, everything.
Leaking war strategies is indeed relevant. But at that moment, it wasn't what would define who would win the war. There were other factors that influenced the end of that war. From the strategies used based on the information to the brute force that the SA Alliance possessed.
One of the reasons Hashiras lost the war against the SA Alliance was because of a bug. There was a bug in the shop that allowed enemies to buy unlimited resources. And these resources were extremely powerful. So Havoc, Rodrigo, and Reinx exploited the bug and became insanely strong, and many others did the same. Because of that, the enemy characters became overwhelmingly powerful. On our side, we had Hash and Juan, each one spending $30,000 a month to stay strong, while the enemies were getting just as strong, or even stronger, spending way less. And that completely discouraged my members and the company that was investing in the Hashiras characters. Characters worth 100k, 150k were bought. The character I played on was bought for $103,000. I played on the character together with big drops.
Yet even with victory, Kyo, one of the pillars of the alliance, fell. His right-hand man, a Chinese player who managed his account while he slept, stole his equipment and items.
Damn.
Dude, Sheena scammed us, man. He stole your character. Is your character on 81 here, okay? Is your character on 81? He stole the guild. He stole the guild.
Yeah, I was wondering why they're making the game sound so deep, but it's just financially attached. This shit's insane. Exactly. It just feels so weird, man. It's just so weird and bizarre, but here we are.
Character is on 81, man. He's on your character killing us.
Wait, what do you mean, man?
Oh my god, man. The guy stole our castle and our guild, dude.
Why? Do you leave your character with a guy like that kill?
Man, don't you guys also sometimes just really feel like...
Leave your password with other people? Yeah, Zant has my password. He's worked for me for 3 years. I'll drive a van all the way to the northeast and beat him up if he does anything.
And the question that remained was, why was the player who robbed Kyo forgiven and accepted back into the SA Alliance?
Yep, the SA Alliance.
Was this the moment when Kyo was leaving the game?
Kyo was the strongest player in the SA Alliance, and they set him up the moment they realized he was the golden goose.
What do you mean?
The castle Kyo controlled generated more tax income than 5 Hashira's castles combined. Everyone wanted to take Kyo's territory. We were surrounded.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing, right? The reality is the best price for anything on the market is whatever people are going to pay for it. Whatever people are willing to pay and do is what they'll charge. That's just the reality, right? And these guys, like the Koreans especially, have proven the types of bullshit people are willing to deal with and tolerate. So guess what these companies do? Of course, they take advantage of it.
By snakes. No one knew who would betray who. We were all...
Like, it's funny when you think about it. It's like, as much as people like to poke fun and attack and whatever, go crazy after EA, you know, at least EA isn't at the level of a lot of these Korean companies. Let's be real. You know? Like, some of these Korean companies with their live service stuff out there, they make freaking EA look like angels by comparison with some of the shit they do and get away with. Like, it's actually kind of crazy.
Always watching our surroundings.
After this victory, the SA Alliance began to be represented by the guild shutdown. While all eyes were focused on Latin America and Asia, there was a guild carefully conquering territory without drawing attention.
Yep.
DTM. Their domination went unnoticed for a long time, and by the time everyone realized it, they controlled vast areas of North America and Europe. Feeling confident, they decided to expand their territories into Latin America and Asia simultaneously. And this confidence became their downfall. The invasions were unsuccessful. Many leaders who supported them defected, and to worsen things, Lee, one of the strongest lancers in the world, left the game. They say he was disillusioned by his clan's greed. In Asia, Panda simply disappeared, leaving Hall of Fame free to consolidate its dominance. Now, its leader Brother Long turned his attention entirely to DTM. The chess game that was isolated in the early days had become regional with the Koreans, and now, it had just become global. At this point, the world divided between those who stood with DTM and those who sided with Hall of Fame. The guilds that fought alongside the Koreans in the Latin American War joined DTM, while the guilds under the SA Alliance, now represented by Shutdown, joined Hall of Fame. At that time, neutrality was not an option. Those who chose to remain neutral were attacked by both sides. Even at a disadvantage, DTM remained at war for years, proving they were a worthy opponent. Gradually, DTM began to lose strength. Many warriors lost hope of defeating the great alliance of Hall of Fame and Shutdown, increasing even more their disadvantage in numbers and power.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. They got idiots like these, like, dumping absurd amounts of money.
The Hall of Fame alliance had tripled the number of players on the battlefield. Those who remained in DTM showed they would fight to the end.
There will be war on EnVtuber in 3 servers where all 3 are DTM attacks against 8 OFK defenses. There's no chance, but is it already over? No, it's not over yet. Man, I'm a dreamer. 4x4 is a loss. 4x4 means you go to the yeah, man. Dude, if a 2x2 gets through, man, that's crazy, you know. But now, more than ever, we need to stay strong to fight next week. There is a dream. The dream is
yeah, it's not just a guy. Multiple people are buying them. They were talking about 100K plus. It's like a bruh. And then they bought it only to get some Chinese scammer to take over their account, and then strip them naked and and sell their shit. Which is even funnier, man. They go through all that and they're like, they're gonna go pay this, pay some shady Chinese farmer to go and grind for them, and then he goes and scams them. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, man. You paid some Chinese dude to play, and then like, nah, the Chinese dude goes and just sells all his crap. He thought this documentary was like a historic event because he entered lurk mode. Then I heard SA Alliance and I was like, what the fuck are we watching? I know, right? He's just like, what? The SA Alliance. Like, paying 30K a month to pay someone else to do wars. Yeah, these people are crazy, man. Yeah, it's like, no. They make like Elon paying people to play Diablo 4 and Path of Exile for him look like nothing, man. These guys are on a whole nother level.
I want to see them tank it. They're the ones coming in with cowardice, with their sneaky tricks. They're the scared ones, already clashing head-on with Hop. The crowd is already pushing forward. They take the dragon. The dragon gets blown up. Almeida, the ETM crew is playing there, holding the front line, crushing Hop. Hop is already passing the rest there. The dragon comes back. The crowd pushes forward.
True, I wonder how much they got paid.
It's also working hard, picking up dust. Looks like that Messi from Bahia. Feel the pressure. No one from the BTM team goes down. They're coming up from behind, sneaking up on one of the groups. They've already taken out another one from the Hop team. Oh, this is showing off all their style, catching the crowd at the gate. The team comes in, wiping everyone out, obliterated. The team playing as a unit, playing beautifully, goes on the attack. Once again, they're picking off the stragglers from Hop. They're getting crushed.
Oh yeah, sure, most certainly they are.
Those who are giving up on the PvP.
Like, how else will they afford this type of shit?
And DPM is steamrolling OP, running them over. This time around, my friend, I believe in this miracle. DTM playing amazingly, going all out. TTS up front, holding the line. Look at that wall.
I have no idea what the hell is going on in there, but okay. I just see all sorts of effects all over the place.
The teams is playing together and beautifully wiping out the Roshan family. Let's go, one of the highest DPS in the game. He's charging in together with the biggest warrior. They have the top one in several places. They're going all in, DPM humiliating Satan, landing a slap right in the face. I believe God.
It's gonna drop here, huh? It's gonna drop here, huh? Wait, did it drop here together? This is 51. And this is 74. Here now.
I don't think so. This seems like one of those like NFT games. From what like thing what was being mentioned. It seems like it's like one of those NFT games.
Amid countless events and relentless battles, great names in the game gradually left the battlefield. Jin, TTS, and even Hungry, who managed part of DTM. With her departure, the structure of the guild began to crumble. Sometime later, Geo, one of the greatest
Yeah, I
leaders
wouldn't be
in Mirror's
surprised if they
history,
had
also
companies in
left the game.
Web3.
Is DTM over?
DTM, like, that doesn't exist anymore because there were a lot of betrayals from VR, all of it. A lot of really ugly things happened in there. Some of the things I know are pretty serious. Misappropriation of account remakes where the guys would give access and everything.
TT died in Mir 4 and they started to get a bit fed up with Brazilians, you know, because Geo would buy accounts, like 12, 15, 20 accounts, and give them to me, to Kayada, to his team, just to help out in the war. And the guys would strip the accounts, take everything good out, and leave the account with basically nothing left.
Brotherlong and his alliance were on the verge of achieving definitive victory. But whenever one enemy falls, another rises. A new name emerged, Amy. All that was known about him was that he was an old player returning to the game. And his method of warfare was simple: buy elite characters and hire people to play them. In little time, he formed an army capable of rivaling Hall of Fame and Shutdown.
Once again, history is being made in the world of Mir 4. Amy's team has captured the northern gates and is heading toward the final stage of the battle in Asia. Another war
We might as well be, yeah.
where the enemy will have 3 times more soldiers on the battlefield. I'm emotional, my adrenaline is through the roof. We always kept the spirit of never giving up, and in the end, we managed to reach the final stage. Amy's team now controls the northern side.
After a year and a few months, something unexpected began to happen. Geo
I'm gonna be
announced
honest,
his
one
return.
person, I don't think I can ever
Other
like go and
veterans
try
like
and play
TTS
a Korean
also showed
MMO.
interest in returning.
It's just
The
they all
world of
have
Mir
all
4 was
sorts of
about to
things that
witness
just
the most epic
kinda
war in
just
its
rubbed me the
history.
wrong way.
But before this confrontation could happen, an event occurred that would change everything. Someone discovered a way to duplicate equipment. The
Yeah,
game was
pretty
taken
much.
over by
There's that
cheaters,
too.
and the competition became questionable. No one knew anymore whether the game was truly about strategy and legitimate power. Disheartened and disappointed by everything happening, AMY said only one thing: I can't win this. In silence, he began removing his characters from the game. The first batch was 50 characters. After some time, there were already more than 80 inactive characters, all belonging to Amy. A leaked payroll revealed that he spent more than $30,000 per month to maintain his team of hired players.
Amy, he pays people to play on his accounts. The leaked payroll shows he spends $30,000 per month. He pays an average of $300 to $800 per player depending on their role in the game, because he has around 100 characters in the game. Now he took all the characters and transferred them to the same account. Now a single wallet controls all the accounts.
Without Amy, no one could stand against the Great Hall of Fame and Shutdown Alliance. The game that had become a vast chessboard was at a decisive moment to determine which side would emerge victorious. So, for more than a week, many speculations arose about the future of the game. The entire community and content creators awaited Amy's official response.
It's hard to know what's gonna happen, man.
There was the double ring. If the guy quits and doesn't sell the characters, then there's an imbalance in the game because those characters aren't available.
It's a kind of whale that if no one replaces, there's a gap, you know? How are you
Okay.
supposed to play against ToF? You can't, man.
Well, the game
It's a wheel that if no one replaces, there's a big gap. Okay.
We're all to blame because it's really nice to see someone on your team using hacks and crushing the other guy. But when it's against your team, you condemn it.
It's all in the hands of bots and hackers now, and there's nothing you can do.
Man, the guy's not going to sell him by taking his characters out of the game. He's screwing up the game. He has a ton of characters, all insanely strong. Man, these are characters that made history.
That was Remade themselves burning the clip, man. Do you really think Remade would ruin their own integrity like that?
Is that it?
Hall of Fame and Shutdown won this war. After Amy left, many players quit the game. The characters shown on the screen were available for sale at the time of the video recording, with prices listed in Wemix, cryptocurrency, and in dollars so that you can get an idea of the entry cost to wage war in this game.
Gold para caixar a conta, comprar muitos itens e vários outros recursos, tem aqui reidoscoins.com.br.
Yeah, well, I don't know what the hell all that other stuff is, but that was crazy. Go for some stupid NFT game. Alright, let's see. You know, I guess we'll just quickly do our Snowbreak stuff now, and then we'll try to get the Duet Night Abyss story done. Maybe. Yeah, let's do that. And we'll do more reacts again another time. Right, I won't continue the Snowbreak story today. I just wanna fill the time for the quota there. I will finish the Snowbreak story another time. Yeah, these crypto NFT things are crazy, man. The trend died and they left, yeah. It was dumb that the trend even existed in the first place. Let's be real. The whole trend was dumb in the first place. Right, for the people that wasted the money on those NFT games, that's their own fault. But yeah, it's like, the NFT stuff just never made much sense. Oh yes, that one. I heard about that one. Whatever happened to it? Did it die as well? Right, like whatever happened to that one? Okay. What else are we gonna do to fill time then? Nope, that's fine. That's fine. Let's go and do... Not that. I'm trying to think, what can we do to fill time? Right, shit's hard when like everything is just dead because like nothing's available yet. So it's just like, what the fuck do I even do? It's still around, I say. Of course, yeah. Netmarble is just... it's Netmarble. So like, yeah, of course. Checks out. Alright. Yeah, how do we fill time? Oh yeah, we have this mode here. Alright, I gotta do assimilation games. Surely it's not that dead at 3:30 in the morning. Surely.
Welcome to the Heimdall Operational Optimization Test. Adjutant, don't get assimilated by the hams.
Why would you want to get assimilated by the hams? I thought you'd want to eat the ham. Not assimilate, get assimilated by them.
Three, two, one. Gear up. Test sequence initiated. Go take down the hams or risk a system-wide wipe. Just kidding.
The hell is it pointing to for me to shoot at? There's like nothing here.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast.
Yeah, I don't think I can like actually do damage to them. But the AI here for these things is Pepega. They're doing fuck all.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast.
Oh great, now they're under... Oh, now I got a kill, finally. What weapon are they using over there anyways?
Survivor code uploaded. All heroes have been enhanced. Move out. Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Seconds to end of test. Adjutant, think you can hold out a little longer? Run complete. Test executed perfectly. As expected.
Alright, I got ranked 3rd, cool. Right, the mode there is like, it's so scuffed.
Welcome to the Heimdall Operational Optimization Test. Adjutant, don't get assimilated by the hams. Three, two, one. Optimization test sequence initiated. Hams, commence optimization of corrupted data.
Okay. It spawned me like this. God damn it. Damn, I got stuck in there.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Survivor code uploaded. All heroes have been enhanced. Move out. Run complete. Test
There we
executed
went.
perfectly. You dominated out there.
Easy.
It's time to log.
Alright. Got those missions done. But this thing goes all the way to level 40. Okay. Still gotta do a couple more of these to get the thing to count. Yeah, I think I can do like one or two more of these. For like the thing to count for the quota here. Welcome Raiders there on YouTube there. Welcome Logia Raiders. Welcome.
Heimdall Operational Optimization Test. Adjutant, don't get assimilated by the hams. Three, two, one. Gear up, heroes. Test sequence initiated. Go take down the hams or risk a system-wide wipe. Just kidding. Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Survivor code uploaded. All heroes have been enhanced. Move out.
Just keep shooting the things here. Alright, the AI they use for these things is just really papega.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Seconds to end of test. Ashton, think you can hold out a little longer?
Bruh.
Run complete. Test executed perfectly. Adjutant, your move.
Some of them are bots.
I'll count on you next time too.
Well, that was easy. I think there was like 2 other players in there though. Okay, I think we gotta do like another one just to get it to count for that quota. Then we can switch over to the next thing. We'll see. Okay, let's go get into this one.
Welcome to the Heimdall Operational Optimization Test. Adjutant, don't get assimilated by the hams. Gear up. Test sequence initiated. Go take down the hams or risk a system-wide wipe. Just kidding.
Yeah, the AI here is like really bad.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast.
Yeah, for this thing it does.
Bam! Loot drop. Grab it fast. Seconds to end of test. Adjutant, think you can hold out a little longer? Run complete. Test executed perfectly.
Alright, we got another one done.
As expected of you, Adjutant.
Easy. Let's see, how many minutes is that now? Okay, we're done with Snowbreak stuff then. We hit the quota there. There's time to slowly get through the rest of those things. So I won't rush it now. Oh, we got that stuff there. Alright, on to the next thing then. Right, we'll just quickly do Duet Abyss stuff. And then we'll do, wait, Duet Abyss is like so edge. 33 viewers right now on Duet Abyss, like actually. It's actually so edge. Damn. Oh, let me pull it up. Actually crazy. Alright, let me pull up Duet Abyss. And then we'll, when we end off, we'll just let people AFK ToF drops for one last time. Cause like, yeah. Alright, let's pull up Duet Abyss. Is there even anything you get from doing the story? Does like doing the event story, whatever, even give you anything? It's the last day for ToF drops. It's the last day. Right, it is the last day. ToF drops end in like a couple hours. Right, let me just like double check. Yeah, it ends in a couple of hours today. It ends at 11 a.m. today. Yeah, was there anything like I needed to check? Oh wait, I should check the... Alright, let's send those out. I need to check my Genie Mon spawns. But I only checked Lonza Fortress because, like, Broboxy. Shiny Broboxy is all I care to get. I have it over here. Alright, on to the next one. I didn't even see what that one gave. But it probably gave a useless buff. If I get paid to do it, maybe. Otherwise, nah. Like, just no. Maybe if I get paid, I'll consider it. But otherwise, just no. There's just too many things I just have fundamentally have issues with them. That, like, just nah. And it's not like they have anything I'd want to, like, actively, like, engage with or, like, deal with in there. So, like, it doesn't help them on that front either. And, like, again, it's like I don't see a reason why I would want to, or, like, would change my mind on that whole thing anyways. Right, it's like if I don't like Genshin now or Wuwa now, it's like, or in the past, it's not like it's gonna magically change. Okay. Let's see.
Fucking hurt.
Are the event stories permanent or something, or is it like thing? No, it's not permanent. Wait, what's this? Journey across lands, wait. Oh, it's like these ones. I gotta do these ones first. Okay. They said it's better, but it's not like it actually fundamentally changed things. Like, the games at their core have to fundamentally change for me to even, like, bother to care. You know? Alright, let's get teleported in.
Let's hook the fun.
Let's see. Find a missing cat. Catch a candle thief. Unclog a chimney. It's all just mundane little errands. Hey, Camilla. When are we gonna land another big job? Like the one with the Crystallo of Stella?
Enough chirping. Keep doing that and you'll scare off my customers. And if that happens, today's lost earnings are coming out of your allowance.
Oh no, please don't. Actually, it was Little Minion who complained the recent commissions were too mundane with pitiful pay. Not nearly enough for her, as the rising star of Ice Lake and queen of the Fox Hunters to scrape by on.
So you just ended up playing all the way with them. Nice. Deny involvement.
I never said that.
A warp server?
Little Minion, how could you just sell me out like that? But I'm so bored. The leads my little minions chasing haven't gone anywhere. An outsider is off doing who knows
Ah,
what.
nice.
How
Oh,
I will help out at the tavern. The pure white redeemer, demon king of light, will bring an awesome energy that'll brighten up the whole place.
Wait, he got a level 60 in one night? That's crazy.
Calls for same-day payment.
That is like actually insane. In one night getting to level 60.
If you stick around, they'll think I've turned my tavern into a nursery.
I've only been away for a few days and now Camilla doesn't like me anymore.
That is crazy.
Nice try. Tears are the most useless thing in this tavern. They won't get you anywhere. Here, 2 opera tickets. Go watch a show and let me have some peace. Children from the Snowfield is finally making a grand return to Ice Lake after 2 years, featuring Lady Violet herself in the cast. These tickets are nearly impossible to
Yeah,
find.
fair enough.
Now then, my dear Demon King, is this offering good enough to buy a moment's peace from you?
Children from the Snowfield. It's back on stage. Wait! Wasn't that the show Rhythm mentioned before?
Rhythm? You mean Rhythm Fisher, that young Legion officer? She dropped by yesterday. The last time I saw her before that, she was all fired up and raring to go, swearing up and down she'd catch the culprit. But yesterday, she looked like one of those hopeless drunks. Bloodshot eyes, barely steady on her feet. I was half afraid she'd trip over her own boots. She even told me she'd quit the Legion and wanted to try her hand at being a fox hunter. What's gotten into her? All right,
yeah.
I get it. That look on your face tells me it's one of those secrets best left buried. I won't pry.
So, she's a fox hunter now?
No. I've seen my fair share of people signing up to be fox hunters. Most of them are looking for a way to earn a living. Some are thrill seekers chasing an adrenaline rush. She's different. She's just trying to drown herself in work to escape something entirely. So I told her, come back when you've truly figured out what being a fox hunter means to you.
I see. Well, let's hope with time she'll get back on her feet.
All right, the show's about to start. You'd better get going. And Snow, keep those tickets safe this time. No more folding them into paper planes, okay? If they fly off, don't come crying to me.
Aha, relax. I'll take good care of them. Come on, little minion, let's go.
Okay. Now I gotta head to the theater.
There are only 2 tickets. So, little minion, are you coming with your demon king, or should I invite Rhythm instead? Wow, look at all these people.
No info yet, nope.
Here for the show?
The rain hurt, Mum.
Wow, look at all these people. Are they all here for the show? They seem to be talking about something interesting. Little minion, let's go check it out.
Tickets! Special staff discounts! Interested?
Thanks, but we've already got our ticket.
Yeah, we already got tickets.
Ow!
Alright, a stranger from afar. They just gave us a bunch of secret letter thingies. I don't know what it is, man, but like these events just feel like so scuffed. The only reason why you would do them is because like you get the Twilight threads. This is literally the only reason why you would even do this event. Because it's not like I'm left wanting for secret letter clues. I literally have 5,000 of them. More than 5,000 of them. Yeah, I'm at 3,800 Luna Mementos.
The best part of life.
Alright.
That lady's been standing there forever. Is she a...
Good day, sir. Here is your ticket. Your seat is just to the left. Have a wonderful evening.
Here you go. These are our tickets.
And where does a filthy Charon like you think you're going? Get out of here before you stain our carpets.
Yep. What kind of attitude is that? Reporting you to your manager? This one. Wisdom. Okay, now I maxed out wisdom.
Honestly, the fact that no Charons or filth or... Aha! Busted! Did you really think you could scribble over the dates and sneak in with expired ticket?
Wait a second, little minion. The picture on these tickets is different from the ones I had.
Could it be that boy
He can't have gone far.
Trying to run off now? Thieving little brat.
Hey!
Mom, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance. It's just a minor misunderstanding between them. There's no need for such a trivial matter to take up your
I heard commotion. Is something wrong?
Ah, boss.
This is one of the theatre's distinguished guests.
This sneaky little twerp.
Oh. Deserve to be. No offense taken.
Okay.
We weren't trying to.
I see. It appears there's been a misunderstanding.
The VIP suite? No way! Today's VIP suite was already booked by a wealth...
Julio, correct? Here. I paid for this suite in full. Bring along to young...
Mom, are you
I have my own judgment.
Of course not.
Okay.
Whom you choose...
So some kid bumped into us in solar tickets and now we're going to the VIP suite. Sure, how do I get up there? Oh yeah, I can do this. Almost forgot about that. You can grab those as well. I mean, that's one way to get to the VIP suite, because, like, how else are you gonna get here?
Thank you for stepping in to help us earlier, Mom.
No,
Lady Julio?
that's not much of an improvement. I've spent years.
All right then.
That's what you've been worrying. It's okay. Watching a show on one's own can.
Little minion.
In my homeland, we refer to the chance encounters.
Snow thinks this nice, pretty lady is.
Alright, let's go watch the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the performance is about to begin. Kindly take your seats at your earliest convenience. Up next, we are delighted to present a magnificent performance by the Gallia Opera Troupe.
Once upon a time, in a frosted castle in the snowfield, a slumbering frost fairy was awakened by the laughter of two children. The tiny fairy flew towards the its delicate limbs to snap, and the fairy's throat.
You seem a little upset.
I don't really care that much. I just want to claim this stuff before I forget.
Not so fast.
Okay, I have to do the Fina one as well.
Hey, Miss Gillian.
A little power play, was it?
Boss, why bother with this?
There are two young ones with me. I'm mad. I shall ensure that they may not.
Oh, stop. Mom, please.
Right.
I only intended to invite you for.
Okay.
Are you going to the Asphodel to meet someone? Let me guess. Here we are.
And then into the asphodel.
How was the show? Did you enjoy it?
Or at least that one was quick. Where's the event page here? Oh, there's more.
Come to the Fisherman's Mutual Aid
Put me on the page. Alright, we're just gonna
magician always
claim all the stuff.
Fina.
Okay.
All right. Now I'm leaving her in York.
Huh? What's a vampire sister?
just a wobbly old.
I haven't really thought about it, but I've just been using whatever is just the easiest to clear stuff. Right, it depends on the mode. But part of it is honestly, I just end up spending so much time farming, I don't really do anything else. So like, I just feel like it's just so... I feel so like disconnected from everything because of it. Let me see like how long my account has been doing stuff for now. Everything just ends up feeling like so just like
At least one roasted potato.
we'll need to get to that thing after. I end up like freaking farming so much shit, like trying to do things as quickly as possible. It's just things have eventually just evolved into that. Right now, it's more like I'm just here doing stuff to see if it gets better, if things improve or not for now.
Stories. Heroes never.
Like more so than anything else.
What a huge wow. Oh, the story ahead has no color. That's okay. I can paint the story with my magic brush. Come. The road ahead is blocked. What should I do to ask the vines to make way? still burning. Looks like the great magician left only moments ago. Whoa! The moment the fireflies scattered, it's like the stars had suddenly grown wings.
What?
Lovely blossoms have unfurled here, too. And look, round mushrooms. If you stepped on one, it'd send you springing sky high.
Fair enough. But yeah, I'm just like mostly just speed running through everything. Because you can move pretty quickly. It's just unfortunate that there's no momentum physics. So like you're moving quickly at a fixed speed. But like it could go so much, it would be so much more interesting if we had momentum physics. Okay, I have no idea which way to go. I got lost. Yeah, it's like, in its own way, it's like a Warframe clone, yeah.
Didn't expect to see a treasure chest here. Could it be the great magician's secret hall?
How am I supposed to get over there? I'm so confused. What does it want me to do? Like it clearly wants me to go there, but like...
Wow, lovely mushrooms. Are you here to help me? Thank you. This way.
You can't aim this thing. So it's just kinda weird. And awkward. That's why I was like confused. I'm like, the hell? Look at the scuff here.
Great magician. I finally found...
Oh, like, is it just for those things? Okay, how do I unlock the other parts?
That way? Got it. Let's go and find those roasted potatoes.
Wow! You found me! You...
Wait, it's like we gotta speedrun because it's like patch is almost over. And the new patch is in like a few days. 2 days from now even.
Jump! Oh, now I'm mashed potato.
This is so scuffed when I can't use my full everything.
What? You actually found Fina, that was amazing.
Yeah, they're making me use this random ass dagger. Okay, instead of my polearm.
You're back, Fina.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Day 2 of Fina's grand adventure. Today, I'm gonna explore a whole new kingdom.
Wow, this wrapping paper's so.
Ew.
You're back, little sidekick.
Let's go find the clues. Or whatever here.
Just more. What a huge garden! Wow, a labyrinthine garden. Where could Miss Unicorn be hiding, huh? Look, I don't have other pigment yet. Let me find some in the labyrinth.
Okay.
Miss Unicorn once hid in a narrow cave with her family to avoid some beef. Later, they picked up their weapons, braved on, and fought against the beasts. But just when they finally drove away the Filthoids and broke through their ring, they encountered an even more
Yeah, this is how I'm just like tired.
They fought desperately with all their might, but were forced apart in the end. May Miss Unicorn find her beloved
Guess we'll sleep soon. I've just been like super tired lately with everything. Alright, let's get through this.
After arriving in the realm of ice, Miss Unicorn met some new friends and embarked on... Oh! The ring in the pool has lit up halfway. Looks like I've solved half the puzzle already. There you are, Miss Unicorn. Now I've got a new pigment. Let's use a different pigment and try again. I did it!
Yeah.
head to the other side and explore. Let's use a different pigment and try again. There's a treasure chest here too. Could it be the reward Miss Unicorn received for completing a commission?
Okay. Over on the side.
Wow, stars! I really want to stargaze with Miss Unicorn again.
Yeah, it doesn't help I'm like just halfway falling asleep while going through this.
Let's use a different pigment and try again. Let's use a different pigment and try it. Let's use a different pigment and try again.
You got that one.
Is this a surprise for me, Miss Unicorn?
I don't know, man. I'm way too tired. I think I might just do this later. I think I'll just do this like tomorrow. I'm too tired to do it. I'm physically too tired. Where like I'm already like basically not paying attention. I'm like too tired to function, man. I'll probably just switch to the mode to like let people farm drops for now, and then we'll just continue it later when we get back. Because I'm just way too tired. Yeah, like that part is not the interesting part, man. It's the other stuff. It's just the event thing that they have there. I'm already in bed. I'm always in bed. But yeah, okay, here's what we'll do then. Oh wait, let me get the thing set up so we can AFK drops nicely. Alright, just copying it to a different folder. Just the ToF section from earlier, we'll just have a replay of that. Because like, yeah, I'm just tired. This way at least you guys can get like, for the people that need it, last minute drops. You know, they can get their last minute Twitch drops. So we'll do that, and I'll see you guys next time then. Alright. I'll see you guys. Okay, one sec.
He only comes when I get close enough to the rocket. And when he comes, Rosen follows.
Let me just add
if I
it
still had my trees,
in.
things wouldn't be such a bother. Let them fight. The bloodier, the better. In that case, no one will have time to stand in my way. Now then, your
your reward.
Yeah, here we'll just have it set so like people can AFK. You can have the like one last time. Part of the VOD from earlier when the main server first. And then we'll go on the warp server. Because like yeah, as usual though guys. Thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time.